We are live. Hello. All right, first stream of the year. Not gonna take it seriously though. We may do some work, we may not do some work. We may play some games, we may not play some games. I don't know, man. The world is our oyster. The world is our oyster. Also unrelated, but I'm thinking maybe getting a capture card and then having like the stream be done on my laptop. Not that this computer can't handle it, but I just feel like there's some weird issues with output and frame rate that just doesn't exist in the actual screen when I play games, which kind of sucks. I don't know. We'll see what happens though. Where's G-Top? What is it? What's going on, Maxi Mad Labs? Good to see you in 2026, man. Nothing much though. Today's a chill day. Last day of proper vacation, and then I have to go back to work next week. Didn't do as much as I wanted to over this break, but I think that's part of it. I need to relax. I needed to chill. I need to relax, man. What is this called? Is it B-Top? B-Top, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah. But yeah, like I don't know. I think I might have to invest in like invest. I need to buy not a graphics card, a capture card, and then maybe stream from my laptop. That might be the move. That may just be the move. Da move. But we shall see. Oh my goodness. Look at that. They even have this Vim motioned out. I love them. I love them. So, some developments. I got the texting working, and it turns out it was just something very simple and dumb, and I just forgot to use GL use program. So now, we're able to run the application with have text be displayed, and I also added a little wobble effect after post stream, or not off stream. So you have this nice little cozy cabin games effect. And the next thing I want to do is make a little loading screen text or loading stream, and then maybe had something to like trigger, like, hey, if this is like the opening, we can do that. Like have some button to either go from Cozy Cabin Games to loading stream in the event I need to step away or something, and make a little loading animation. I had a little circle I did. It turns out I don't know how to do rotations onto the matrix, the transform matrix. Like I know how to apply a rotation to a position, but I want to keep that's gonna mean all the coordinates for game objects are gonna be in local space. Which I don't like and can break certain things. So I don't know what we're gonna do. Maybe I try to figure out rotation. Maybe we don't. Who knows? Yeah, I'm glad you dig it, Max Mad Labs. But yeah, so it's very, all this pain and suffering was due to a simple thing. And it was just, if I can find it, register shader. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here it is, sent. This line right here, GL use program. That's the only thing I needed to do. That's the only thing I needed to do to set integers and floats and stuff like that. So something really simple. I just kind of farmed it, but it's all right. It's all right. We learn, we grow, we get better, we improve. That's all you got to do, man. That's all you can do. So let me do some minor cleanup because I was doing a lot of debugging, and I'm not sure, man. Maybe we'll do some work on fight and flight. Maybe we'll do some work on Maybe I'll do some work on the game engine / the stream overlay world thing. Honestly, I'm getting this hankering to make a Final Fantasy style RPG. I know my brain goes everywhere, but I think like that would be the most. As much as I want to do a 2D platformer, I think the most quote unquote simplest thing to execute might be just that. I don't know. Or maybe I'm overestimating or underestimating complexity. We'll find out. What's up, Devraj? Good to have you here. Either way, we have this working now. I kind of want to go to... I cleaned up a lot of the uniforms in the logo thing, so now it's all conforming to the style guide I've formed for myself. So I kind of want to go back and do that to the rest of the shaders. What's going on, Draco? Good to have you here. Hopefully everything's going good with your visual novel project. What's going on, Mossy? Good to see you again. Yeah, so many things to do, man. So many possibilities. Heck, we can even work on Rivendun today. That's also a possibility. We haven't touched Rivendun in a while. But it would be nice to kind of get this project back and running again. I don't know, today's the first stream of the year. We're just going to be very relaxed. Very chill. Whatever catches our muse is what we'll execute. Let me open up Unity Hub. Let's open the projects right now and see what catches our eyes. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Hey, Lily Guitar ASMR. Good to see you here again. Happy New Year. So many different projects. So little time. So we have this. So we have this fight and flight stuff. Let's see how it looks. Also, still need to test Terrell's assets for it, but so far seems fine. We're working on I'm sorry. Did oh, I never saved the scene, did I? Yeah, I was doing a test before. Yeah, I was doing some tests. Also, I realized some of the triplanar stuff is a little too small. Maybe I have to change the tiling distance there, but yeah, I've been thinking about this game a lot more because there's things to consider. Yeah, quite the amount to consider. There's the object pulling thing we're doing, and I'm still have to finish that. That was that weird. That was that stream where we were struggling to get the culling working exactly the way I wanted to. I was working on the X and Y, but on the X, but not on the Y. So that's one thing. We also have to start actually figuring out movement for the character. Either make an animation for when you're going down or up, or make it be a procedural thing where like the sharper your angle down is, the more the character rotates the sprite down. And you also have to have everything separated so you can see the individual engine components, the whole, and the character can be separated. That way you can customize your character, maybe swap out characters or swap out holes or whatever, right? So all the customizations to your engine can be visible. So there's that. There's also the whole thing of wanting to have, wanting to have a hazard indicator for objects that are off screen that the player may or may not be colliding with soon. So there's quite a number of things to work on. There's also an audio system. We have no audio right now. So we probably should architect that a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm also thinking because the version of this game that we're remaking, that one, oh my goodness. No. Let's do this right. Also, why is this being weird? There we go. Now you're fixed. The version of this game had like fixed movement where it didn't
Fight and
that's
flight.
loud. So it only had fixed lanes. Up, down, left, right, and that's it, right? That was all you had. That was the only options you had. And the departure from having fixed lanes to instead have it be free movement, I think my nieces kind of prefer having the constrained movement as opposed to the fine-tuned thing. And it kind of makes sense, because, like, especially when you're younger, your motor skills may not be all the way, they're not all there. So as cool as it is to have like this free movement thing, maybe we do the constraint of just having fixed lanes. And even though we have this cool movement mechanic or system, maybe we just say, hey, we sacrifice that for accessibility. We can still keep like this be a cylinder and just have it be like 120 lanes you can swap between instead of 3. That's still a step up, I think. But if we do that, it means that all these different factors like your engine and stuff doesn't really matter as much anymore, because you don't have this free movement where that becomes a factor, like braking or acceleration, right? Unless you make them static controls, right? Like maybe have them idle at a certain speed, have a gas input, and then have like a brake input. Because then you can still see the acceleration profile between that. I don't know, it's a lot to consider. It's a lot to consider. And there's also just weird visuals on mobile builds. There's some weird shader stuff going on there. So I'm not sure what's going on. A lot to think about. And it's going to be one of those situations of killing your darlings. Because I'm super happy with this kind of free movement thing we have going on. But I think if one of the constraints is I want to make a game that my nieces can enjoy, I think I may have to kill my darlings. And if I want to have a nice racing game with a bit more complexity to it, maybe we make it not a mobile game. You know? I don't know, it's a lot to think about. Let me put on some music. What we got here? I could do some Skyrim music. Can you demo it? Well, yeah, like the game, my nieces have been trying it out on mobile. Like I have a builds on here, and that's how I'm kind of going based off of. That's what I'm going off of. Well, if you ever need to do it again, well, at least now you know better understanding of it. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Now I have like this thing where like I know I can do anything I really want to for the most part. But now it's a matter of choosing what, right? It's like a breadth first versus depth first search, where it's like maybe not the same thing. I was reminding me of those videos of the illustration of those searches. I just want to see a visualization of it.
In this video, we'll go
I don't know. DFS versus BFS demo. Here we go, these videos. Where like, for me, I like see all these different possibilities, right? But I don't have a clear like, It takes a while. Like I have to go through a bunch of different iterations first before I find the thing. I don't really have the intuition for like, I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see, man. We'll see what happens. Programming, yeah, we're doing programming, Katarina. At some level, we're gonna be doing some programming. Either doing this, like the stream overlay stuff for the engine project, if it compiles. Did it compile? Yeah, here we go. This, which works pretty good. And then I want to do like a little loading screen for like the stream. Or maybe do implementation for full texture like Atlas, because that's something I want to do, is have like a full texture Atlas. And make this like a monospace thing. Yeah, because we already kind of demoed that this can work. Now it's just a matter of making this be more flexible, where instead of just one texture or one specific phrase, we instead have like a instead of this, like we can actually iterate through this and then be able to select a texture based off of a name or a character name for the font. Let's go on to Epic Sandstorm. But yeah, like there's a lot of possibilities. Because I think if we ever do the RPG thing, like no matter what, we have to have a way of displaying text in the engine. That's like a must need, a must have. So yeah, we can I can make my own font too. It'll be easy to make my own font because I'm the one defining the format. And then maybe I can have like a static function for creating strings or text from strings that will programmatically be like, okay, for this we're gonna have like a char of whatever type it is. You know, whatever the char is gonna be. And then like from there you can maybe have a lookup table. Like I would have a lookup table, and then we can create the texture. Create this and then set I'd have to have a table that converts from normal ASCII chars to like my index, because regular char values are not going to be from like 0 to 1, or they are from 0 to 1, but they're not going to have like the text. For me, I'd want to have like a 0 is like A, and then B, and then C, D, E, F, and whatever, right? And then go from there. Localization is going to be kind of a pain because it means I have to like, I mean, kind of, but also not. I mean, actually, yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We'll worry about localization later, but you'd essentially have like this big table where we have like a value, like, okay, what's an ASCII value table? Here we go. So like a value of let's say what do we want? We're looking for? Let's look for A. So in our case, we have to convert the value 41 would be mapped to or 65 would be mapped to 0 in our little lookup table. So you have to do like 65 equals 0 and etc. etc. Because we're gonna end up with a let me open this up. Recent. Where is it? Where's logo letters? Logo letters, here we go. Like you're gonna have a texture map. Instead of repeats though, it's gonna be like capital A, B, C, D, and the offset of A is gonna be 0, and then 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, and then our shader is gonna do the offsetting to get the correct text to be displayed the way we're doing it. It's kind of like how we're doing it here, except no repeats. We're just gonna have a single font atlas, and that's how we're gonna render that. And then yeah, So that's how it's going to work. And then after you have this value lookup, then you can set the value in current index here. That's be where you'd set the value. So I think it'd be simple, but also just a little bit tedious. Because I'm going to have to make a bitmap image for manually make this atlas. I bet there's probably some procedural way to do it. It's just not going to be precisely in the format I want it to be in, but whatever, man, you know? What's going on, Sava? What's going on, SC? What keyboard is that? Is here you go. Here's the keyboard I'm using. You're so underrated. Thank you, Momo. I appreciate it. I think I need to do some like shorts. I know I say I don't want to do shorts for just like, I think short form content is very manipulative, but I can't deny that for things that are like common, it might be nice to have like a set of shorts that are just kind of essentially facts, so that it's like, all right, this stuff is easily accessible for people. What is going on here? What is going on here? They're accidentally... Oh, you're in this mode, that's why. But yeah, that's the idea I have in mind for this like texture atlas thing. In fact, maybe you can do a very basic version of this where you'd have like... let's see here. That's fight and flight. Where is... my terminal for... Okay, whatever. Stream world. CD. What do we have here? Source. And then I can do like font index table. .c++, or honestly I could just make a header files. Font index table. You know, actually we could just do it here. Why not? Public struct font lookup font index table. And then what, you can do a public static const, or no, you can do a const expression, I think. Oh, how do you want to do the lookup? Do you want to do like an array? Because we can do like a... and then make this like, I don't know, ASCII and then or char value. So you can like so I'm basically just inventing my own dictionary where you just have like you'd have essentially A and then B and etc., right? And then like you just iterate through this until you find the character of your choice, and then the index that you iterated through is the value, right? Or I can just keep it simple, make a string. Like literally that would be all there is to it, is just make a string, actually. Like that'd be the simplest thing. Const expression char, index, or indices. I spell it that way even though I know it's wrong. Let me see if this is actually correct syntax. I'm not confident enough in my C++ to be confident that this is correct syntax. Hey. Okay. Largely fine. Now this is gonna get too long though for a const expression. So if you ever decide to compile to mscript, then this is not gonna work. It's gonna give me errors. So I need to change that. Which is no good, no bueno. But we'll deal with that when we cross that bridge. Let me catch up real quick. What switches I'm using? I'm using KT Strawberries CS or SC. Are a good format for reach, then just keep long format channel in general. Yeah, that's probably what to do, Xando. I'm not gonna. I think what I'm gonna do is probably just make shorts that I think are of shorts in a more like. Because I know the idea is to use shorts for outreach, and it works, but I'd rather keep it just for like reference for people. Yeah, I'm making this. It's just fun to make it, man. I'm making a little stream overlay thing in my own engine, and then I'm gonna probably use it for the next game I work on. A lot of the streams, because they usually stop by scrolling for the night, but I would definitely bring shorts form tutorial type content from you. Interesting. I was thinking about maybe doing a tips thing, because there's just some like little stuff that I learned from like maybe a game jam or just from somebody else, and it's like, oh my goodness, there's so much utility in this. Like, I remember when I learned about linear interpolation, how brain blasty it was, because I use it all the time for so many different things, and it's super duper helpful. So I was thinking if I do a tutorial thing, that might be one of the first things I do. Just simple, like nothing very deep conceptually, rather just some simple things that, hey, if you're aware of it, it kind of opens up some doors for you. Get index. Char. Oh my goodness, can't type today. Let's see, indices dot length. I wonder if I could just do stir length as a const expression as well. Const expressions, to my understanding, are pretty powerful. Can this work? Help it can. Definitely Lily. Okay, then that might be the first thing I do then. Yeah, because for me, like when I tried shorts a long time ago, I was purely trying it for outreach, but honestly, I don't feel very happy with it. I don't know, like I feel like there's so much slop, right? And I don't want to be a slop factory, or at least I try not to. Maybe might happen eventually, but I don't want to do that. So I think if I do shorts, I want to make it something of significant effort, which I think is not exactly how you're supposed to do it. I don't know, we'll see. It's also a very different medium too than just making video games or art or music even. It's weird, it's kind of like games in that it's a combination of multiple mediums, but yeah, we'll see. We shall see. So we can either be permissive and let this just return a -1, or we can be like, no, we don't do that here. Instead, we throw, I forget how you do it in C++ standard. Error. Maybe I'll be permissive. Maybe I'll just say, hey, this returns -1 if you don't do the thing right, or you provide a character that's not supported here. But no, I think the assumption is that this should always be correct, so maybe I should just standard error it. Was it runtime error? I should probably make more specific stuff, but whatever. Don't need to include stuff. What's your contextual? Yeah, there we go. Do you not have this? No, you don't. Character. Not in table, let's say. And we could do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Every time I've done this, I've gotten something wrong. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Okay, and then we can do this cool little thing, a little cool Vim thing. You can do YY, press P to paste it, select it, and then you can do W, makes it lowercase, and bam, bada bing. I don't have to retype it again. It's just the same thing in lowercase. And then maybe we do alphanumerics. And this is going to be the format we're going to have all our fonts be in. And life is just going to be good, dude. Keyboard, here you go. Here's the keyboard. We also have an exclamation mark, help, command. There's a lot of frequently asked things that are available there. We're stuck in a culture of optimizing the fun out of everything. Take the power back and do what you think is fun and fulfilling. Yeah, I mean, it's that's actually a good way of putting it, because it really is optimizing the fun out of things. I don't know. There's also there's this two dogs in me. You know, there's this one guy who's ultra ideological, who's like, I hate this slop and how our short-term memory is, or our memory spans are shortening, and how quality of content has gone down, and not only quality of content that we consume, but it's just I don't know, it feels like standards are deteriorating. That's what it feels like. And there's also the sense that the pride in your craft is not has also kind of just disappeared, and there can be many factors people blame for that kind of thing, but I still think that there's, at least for me, I find it important and meaningful to take pride in your craft and trying to do it well, right? Or at least trying to improve to the best of your ability. What is going on here? Yeah, I'm not seeing any context. Oh well. I read code more than I write. It sucks. Yeah, I imagine. That's the worst part of coding is having to read other people's code. That's why OOP emerges, man. It's how you manage the amount of other people's code you have to read. But yeah, it's that's one dog that's very ideological and has this very specific opinion of how time is to be utilized and all that, right? But then there's the other side of me that's hey, but doing this ends up isolating you from society and from from people if you follow it far enough. And it's worth trying to meet people where they're at, right? And I think a lot of this stream was spawned from me just kind of doing what what's in my mind. But yeah, that's the two kind of conflicts I have, where I can sit on my high horse and be like, yeah, short-term content is abhorrent and I think is morally bad. On the other hand, it's like, hey, but I can maybe reach people through that, so maybe I shouldn't just discount it because of my, perspective on it or my belief about it. And it's not even that I'm like better than you because I don't do that, because I get sucked into short form and I try to avoid it as much as I can, but I hate it when it happens and I realize I'm like, I hate this. Maybe that's why I'm so like about it, because I know how effective the psychology of it is. Anyways, we have this. Let's make a really basic font, a really scuffed font, if you will. We're gonna do an ultra low res version of it, maybe. So we'll do like maybe 128 by 128 is fine if we just have this be really small. In fact, it's kind of easier because I can kind of assemble the sprite sheet here. Maybe this isn't as bad as I think it was gonna be. That's a wrong project. Here we go. Let me yoink this, copy it, copy, go into Asprite, text, paste it, and just have a Comic Sans version of it. Copy it, paste it. Oh yeah, this is not going to be big enough. This is not going to be canvas size. Let's make it 1080 by 1080. And then let's make tile size, tile mode, grid size. It's gonna be 128 by 128. I think that's gonna be the resolution we aim for here for our grid. I love other people's code because I suck at it. I mean, if you're just using APIs, that's one thing. But if you actually have to understand the implementation behind APIs, that's where things get really just gross. Because it's like, all right, I can't just rely upon the APIs, or maybe the APIs are limiting and they don't offer all the things I needed to do. So you have to roll up your sleeves and dig in there, and that's just, that's just a whole new cost, because now you have to build out a mental map of like this whole code base, and it's just a thing. It's just it's tedious. It's kind of how it is. I mean, it also depends on how interesting you find it too. If it's something that's like, all right, I actually want to learn about this, and sure, but like modifying your own code is way faster than modifying someone else's code. And even then, you don't always feel very confident about it. And honestly, I feel like so many things are meant to just push around liability. But that's a separate conversation. Can we have this grid be more... Whatever. It's fine. I'll manually do the thing. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be terrible. We'll live with it. We'll live with it. Right now I'm tentatively setting this bottom line as like the line everything touches. Maybe I should make it higher though, because it's like the Y's are gonna be dipping low, so maybe I should have it be actually 2 spaces. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do, I think. Let me see. No, it's a real monitor. It's a real monitor. Has green mode. Like it's a real deal. It's a real deal monitor. No filter. Said hi. What's going on? As someone new to coding, I read it more than I write it. The end is also the beginning. When you're new to code, you read it more than write it. Well, I think there's a different type of reading. So, like Draco, the type of reading, especially when you're new to code, is usually tutorial, right? It's usually, hey, I don't know how to do stuff in this engine or language or whatever, so I'm going to look at references of how other people do it. That's one thing, right? Another thing is, hey, I am working on a project and someone has architected something some way or have implemented this function or class or whatever, and now I have to actually look at it and make decisions that may impact stuff. That's very different, right? Because in a tutorial kind of sense or a referential sense, you're looking at something that's known and usually pretty trivial and fixed within a certain scope. Whereas in another scenario where you're dealing with this huge glob of of code, you're not always, like, maybe you're confident if it's small enough in scope, but if it's big enough, it's very hard or even impossible to be confident about the side effects of what changes you introduce to it. That's kind of like the big issue that emerges, that you just kind of have to wrestle with. And which is why, like, people prefer writing their own code, because if you write your own code, or if you're writing code, then you make the decisions and you know why you made those decisions. When you're reading someone else's code and you have to modify it, you don't know why they made the decisions they did. And sometimes you think, hey, maybe they're just dumb and they did things wrong. And sometimes that's true. Other times it's, hey, no, they actually had a certain consideration that you're not aware of. And if you don't take it into account, it's going to bite you in the butt. And that's like the unknown unknowns. And that's the pain. That's the pain. That's the pain of working with software you didn't write. Okay, maybe this is too high. There's like it feels way too, this feels way too, like, tight. Yeah, because if I do this and try to line it up with that line, it's just gonna be, if I try doing that, it's not gonna work out. So I think maybe we just do the midline here and just say screw it. We don't have the tolerance, we don't have the height clearance for that. Whatever, it's fine. Let's see what you guys got going on here. What's happening? I'm making a texture atlas, and then I'm gonna do some procedural text generation for my overlay. I have an overlay here. I have a little overlay, and I've been writing in my own engine. And one thing we need to figure out is how do you display text. So I'm doing it using the way I'm doing it here is I have like an atlas of just the known characters here. So you see Cozy Cabin Games, and everything's baked into there, and it's cool, it's dandy, it's great. However, there's an issue that emerges, which is that hey, there's repeats, so that's like not efficient use of your data. And second of all, I can't write anything I want with this. I have to make a new texture sheet for every single text I want to display. This is easy because I could just iterate from 0 to 16 and display the things, but now I'm making a more generalized version of this where I can just use a font atlas of some sort, and with that font atlas, I can draw whatever it is I desire to draw as far as text is concerned from this atlas. I just have to give it the correct number and the correct letter will display. So that's what we're doing right here. That is the goal. The goal. And if we do our jobs right, this should just work. And then the only thing I have to consider is that static const array I have in the beginning, which is going to be too big to support this, but we'll just deal with that later. We'll just deal with that when we get there. Also, what's going on, Terrell? Good to see you, man. Use online. The online tools don't space it the way I wanted to. I could try finding something, but usually they have their own specific format. I want to enforce my own. It's fine. Yeah, because there's a website for font creation and generation, and they have like a little format you can print out, or save as a PDF, and then you can modify it. Is this not a perfect multiplicative? 10, 19, 20, 10. Okay, here we go. Yeah, 1024, my bad. I was thinking about the resolution. Yeah, it's 1024. It's 1024. That's the correct number. Oh. Canvas. Sprite. Change canvas size. Here we go. That's a power of 2. That's that there power of 2 I'm looking for. Thank you, Rick Watts. There's that, like, there's a stream we had, the last stream we did, where I was like dealing with the culling thing for no, they all got moved over. Oh, I will never forgive you, Ace Bright. I love you, but you've been hurting me lately. Why have you done this? But yeah, there's like this there's a stream a while ago where I was like working on this culling issue and implementing that, and I was getting these bizarre chats in the stream with like things that were unrelated to what I was doing. Like a guy was talking about just use the power formula, and I was like I was like maybe I'm missing something. Maybe, just maybe, I am missing something. But no, I was like, right. I was like, that wasn't the thing. That had nothing to do with what I was doing. But then, weirdly enough, in my day-to-day life, stuff came up where I was like, all right, it's convenient that I just looked up recently the power formula. It's not hard to remember, but it was handy that it was brought up to my memory, because I was like, oh. They just, like, the scenario was like, I'm giving a charger, and they're like, is this a fast charger? And I was like, let's look at the back. Let's look at the voltage and the not ampersands, and the current. And I was like, oh, we can calculate power from that. We can get the wattage. And then based off the wattage, we can know if it's a fast charger. I was like, okay. Maybe he wasn't wrong. Maybe I was thinking too short term. I was looking for a solution for my immediate problem. He was looking at the problem I had in the future. I don't know. Also, Happy New Year's to you, Terrell. Good to have you here, man. Top 10 cinema betrayals. Ace Bright moved the letters. I know. Really, it's my fault, but it's easier to blame Ace Bright than to blame myself. So, we push blame. That's just the life we live. Hope you guys had a good New Year's. I enjoyed welcoming in 2025 was great. I think I mentioned I was eating ham. I was watching a bunch of Top Gear. And I was sitting in my recliner. My good old-fashioned recliner. Watching on this big OLED TV that I never get to use because it's my mom's, and it's usually the family and they use that. But I was by myself, just watching some Top Gear, eating some ham, and gaslighting ChatGPT just because I saw a random YouTube video about it. I can't remember the last time I watched at like any kind of program or anything really. Like YouTube videos don't really make me laugh. I haven't watched a YouTube video that made me laugh out loud in a while, a long while. So stumbling into Top Gear has been very great. Or stumbling back into Top Gear. It's been good. What are you teaching? I'm not really teaching anything right now. I'm just working on a font atlas right now, and then we're going to implement the texture lookup. I already have the texture lookup stuff. I just need to do... everything's implemented. It's just a matter of having the texture sheet to pass in there. I think I may just have to... no, I think everything's implemented already. Yeah, I think all the technology, the graphs, the maths, the formulas, they're done did already. So I literally just need a font and just chuck it at the thing and see if it works, and I think we should be good. So let's start with this. Is that... no, I needed the full alpha. The full, no. The full alphabet. Did it get truncated? What happened? I was gonna say, what happened there, buddy? So P, Q, R, S. Q, don't do this to me. You can't do this to me, Q. Can't do this to me, man. Do you know how much I've sacrificed? Well, the beauty of bitmap images is that it's very easy to modify it. So I could just like shorten the Q down a little bit and squash it to fit. And it'll be just good. I have that power. No font can tell me no. Comic Sans for real. Yeah, we're doing Comic Sans. You gotta have a Comic Sans. I'm kind of mad because I have my company. I have the font I use for the website and everything, but I just can't. It's not installed on my machine apparently, and I can't find it. So I'm like, all right. I'm just gonna do the thing where we're gonna use Comic Sans because it's close enough, and then I'm gonna feel cool, and I'm gonna make my own font eventually. And now that I have an easy-ish format to do it with, I can just do it. Who's gonna stop me? No one can stop me. No one can stop me. That way, when I do my pixel fonts that have multiple colors on it, because that's a thing, right? With normal fonts that are vector, you don't have multiple colors on there, and you can't really make, like, you make a lot of shapes, but there's a lot of artifacts get introduced. There's artifacts that get introduced into it. But with a bitmap atlas, oh brother, I can do, the world is my oyster. The world is my oyster. No. And honestly, I almost feel tempted to do this same implementation in Unity. But let's just get this working here first and see what kind of troubles emerge. Oh, are you kidding me? The W is too big. You stupid font. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. Almost done, and then we can actually do the actual cool stuff, the implementation stuff. Finally, Z. Here we go. Cheerio. And let's hope this just works. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. X11, you're killing me. Linux, I love you, but you're killing me a little bit. Killing me smalls. Okay, we'll leave that. I'll format the rest of the lowercase stuff later. And you just meow meow meow. Smaller U, yep. Smaller Q. W, we're gonna shrink you down just a little bit. Just a little bit smaller. Just gotta do that. And then let's just save this as I don't know, font. Comic Sans bold.png, and then inner. Here we go. Where's our project? Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Oh, the implementation popped in there. That's cool. We can do Python 3 build textures.py. Now we should have like the atlas be there. I can close this application, and now we can select the texture you want to use here in game. Where's our lot scene update? Run. That's not where it happens. Or I guess it happens in run initially, yeah. So instead of using this, we also have to reload our CLine CMake project. So we can do F Comic Sans bold, and now, oh, we just have to include this into our project. Font index table.h, cool. Now it's there. We can go back to game. We can go into, where are we gonna go to? We're in run. We're setting this texture now. I'm sorry. Oh, this is for the loading screen. Yeah, no. Here we go. Comic. Oh, you know what? I also made a mistake. Because I realize now that we also have to include the tiled information about this. So how big is this? A-Sprite, where are you? You are 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're 8 by 8. Which means that I actually move you to be, let's save this again. File, save as, and it's gonna be, I don't know, and it's gonna be 8 by 8. I think that's the style I have going on here. We define the total count, and then cool. Which means we have to regenerate our, what is this? What is this doing? This is just nitrogen, right? We don't need that. We don't need this Unity Hub thing. We're not using Unity right now. We're doing our own thing. Let's build textures again, and then we can go back to here, rebuild the CLine project, or CMake project, and then, you know what? We should also, actually no, CD source, Ranger, go back up, go to source, go to data, textures, and then here we get rid of the old one because we're not using that. Cool. And now quit Python rebuild, go back here, reload CMake project again, and then remove this to use the correct one now, which is that one. Perfect. And then instead of doing I for this property here, we actually have to do the lookup. So we're gonna do font index equals font index table get index. We're gonna supply the text we're gonna iterate through. So the easy part now is that instead of having to do this manual search up, we can actually just iterate through a string. So string value or text is going to be equal to cozy cabin games. And I realize I made a mistake because I have no character for space. But I guess if it's blank, we could just skip it. We don't have to actually render text or have a quad for that. That's kind of dumb, actually, now that I think about it. So we can do char current equals text dot I. If current equals space, we return, or no, continue. And then, as well as this, we don't do 16 now, we just do text dot length. And we iterate through the size of this. And now we do our get text from the current character, and instead of I, we provide font index instead. And now if our calculations are correct, we should just be able to just run it and do it. Why the build fail? Why the build fail? Operator. Oh, because it's static const. Yeah, it's an issue with is not constant expression because it refers to a result of operator now. Yeah, I think I have to do. Yeah, this is too long. It's not going to be happy about that. I can't just do a const expression, so I instead have to do like some kind of call to build this. Because it exceeds, I think it's like 32 characters is the size limit for a const expression string. We'll see though. What's going on here? Yeah, it's C++. DMYT and hello bye. Yeah, I'm using C-Line for this. Yeah, we're doing Comic Sans. Why does he hate Y in chat? What do you mean Y? Oh, you're right. I'm missing a Y. It's U V C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y and Z. This wouldn't produce a compile or runtime error though. You just have a bad rendered value. See, and this is why I gotta have. In fact, let's X Y. Wait, what? X, Y, and Z. Okay, so I did have it there. I guess, clipped it off. Yeah, I don't know. Either way. Yoink. Move it here. That feels appropriate to me. Delete it. Delete it. Oh my freaking goodness. Killing me. Linux, I love you, but you're killing me sometimes, man. Strings and CPP? Nah. Why is there an old style screen from that? It's a lot of things, man. I'm using C++. I use Python only for to build some C++ code. Cause I like having IntelliSense for assets. I like having my project be aware of the assets I have so that I can just do things like, for example, I can have, actually in this file here, like these asset references I'm making, these are, yeah, for example, like textures that FF Comics stands bold, right? Or load circle. Like these are textures, PNGs in the file. And that Python script just builds a static textures library so I can just get the string for them and just chuck it in there. Pretty nice. That being said, yeah, so we have that const expression string. We can't do that. So instead, I'm just going to make this be a static string, and then we'll just have a build function. Yeah. You should apply like this static prefix to this stuff too. And then this is no longer a const expression because maybe it would be known, but there's something weird about this in C++. I can't do just a static char, right? Char pointer. What's the things you tell me to do? No, I don't want I don't need a dictionary. I don't need. Oh, you're talking about the term. No, I'm looking for the error. Static data member cannot have in-class initializer. Yeah, because you're not going to be initialized. You're going to be set on runtime here. And this should be fine. Though these are no longer const, they're just static things, and you cannot be set as well. So we have to actually just nix this. And then we just make this part of the engine initialization process. It's super simple. You're not happy. Why are you not happy? Or is that an imaginary problem? Nope, I think you're a real problem actually. I can't just do this. Can I just do string concatenation like that? Nope, you're not happy about it. Though honestly, if I ever want to do like C string stuff, maybe I should just allow them to handle it. So that, hey, if it's actually a bad value, it's up to you to handle it, because maybe you want to be permissive and be like, hey, just ignore if it's bad, and there's other cases where you want to explicitly do something where that's the case. So maybe I'll just leave it as a -1 return. So we have this engine, and on init, we can just do the font thing, build. Font index table, build. Reload C project. I love coding and have no money to continue, so gotta leave it. No, it's good, man. I look like a hacker? Thank you, man. Definitely don't feel like a hacker, but I get to cosplay at least. What's going on, baby Jevin? So, oh yes, I have the prepending thing. I guess this isn't I guess it's only useful if you're in the class looking to see. But if you're in the class, like it's not that helpful to have this prepended s to indicate this is a static function. But hey, why not? Why not? Okay, we're still having an error here. What's going on? What is the error we're encountering? Oh, I'd have to do like the C thing where we malloc and then math foo utilities. What do you mean? New. Is this too long? Is that also exceeding our size length? Oh, 1 second. Textures. Let's expand this a little bit. I mean, it's probably the longest we have. Yeah, I think that might be the case. 24. Is it longer than 16 then that caused that issue? As a result of operator. Yeah, it's too long. So what's happening is that usually you can just like, you don't have to do a malloc for this, but when it gets to a certain length, it causes the compiler to do a malloc, but you can't do a malloc for this kind of static const expression. So at least that's what I'm seeing here. That's what I've encountered before. So the solution, I imagine if this is the case, then I just need to make this smaller, which would be a matter of just, why is this OS open? Doing control. We'll do, what shall we do? We can do just, I mean, that's a dumb restriction. I need to make an actual proper solution, but I need to actually go into the Python script and do something more extensive than just what I'm doing here. I don't want to deal with that right now. I just want to see if this functionality works. And then we also have to remove the offending value. So I generated this prematurely, or I could just manually modify this. Did I generate it? Let me go to Ranger. Textures. Here we go. No. So this entry gets removed. Rebuild the CMake project. And then go to games, which is the last usage of this, which should be throwing or showing an error now on run. Yeah, here we go. Still has a compile error. Okay, weird. Now let's see what this issue is. It's still the same thing. Okay, so maybe this is not what I expect it to be. Is not const expression because it refers to result. Is it still too? That'd be weird if it's long. It seems very terse. Seems pretty terse compared to the other textures I've used. Let's go to the usage. No, not here. Up one. Thank you, Jesus Oko Ondada. Ondoada. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Not 100% sure though. I'm making something kind of like it. Did you get a new keyb? No, it's the second one I have. I just rotate between these two keyboards. Java? No, I'm using C++ right now, Eric. Horror Eldritch games. App, a game. It's a stream overlay I'm doing. 1 second. I would like to show it, but I need to fix this error before I can actually do that. Stream world vector. Interesting. This is coming from a vector. It's coming from a math room vector library, not from this. Interesting. So maybe it's not even related to the changes we made. Or actually maybe we had multiple and this error just went away. Yeah, because everything else is just warnings, but that doesn't matter. That's not important. So let's do something. Let's go to my git diff. Let's see what we have going on here. So we changed. Okay, we changed the usage of that texture, yeah. We're changing a few things here. Okay. Nothing crazy though. Nothing that would deal with any static stuff. I'm looking for static expression. There's the one const expression we've changed, which is this fc_cs_bold. I mean, we can be ultra. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's exactly 16. But I'm not seeing the error coming from there. And that's the only thing I can think of, because we're not setting doing anything with floats or float2 vectors here. So I guess we could just try being even more concise, let's say. Oh, you know what, actually let's do because I realize this could cause, will it cause hiccups when it comes to parsing out information about I'm kind of curious now, because I didn't even think about that. I don't think that's the case, because these are... yeah, and it's just underscore here, and then... okay, interesting. Okay, let's get rid of yeah. So we only have this one now. Those for sure should be small enough and fit within our size constraint. I think it's kind of dumb. I need to make a generalized solution, but like I said, we're just making sure testing to make sure this idea works first, or this implementation works. And then, so that's gonna be bad. Fix it with, I'm sorry, what? There's just a, wait a second. What? Why is it just F? Wait, is there something wrong with how the Python thing generates it? Because it's literally just something that just says F. Not anything else. And it's just F. So I'm not sure what to make of that. That's weird. No, and the compile still fails. Okay. So yeah, I don't think it's... I think these are warnings, and then the critical failure. It's something different. It's something weird. It's something with the font table. What's going on here? What's the issue with the font table? It's all in static memory. Is that the issue? But invested on what is going on. Yeah, it's weird, right? Is a good name. Yeah, just that's all you need, dude. No, because the thing is, it works. The underscores worked before. No, we're not doing ChatGPT though. We don't do that. But also the build error is not, I think it's separate from that. Because if that was the issue, you'd have a runtime issue. This is not a runtime issue. This is a compile time issue. And it has something to do with this. Front undefined reference to length. Oh, is it not smart enough to understand that this is a static reference? Like that would be odd. But also no, it should be smart enough for that. To be like, hey, this is a static reference to the thing, dude. It feels like it should be smart enough to know this. So if this keeps not compiling, I'm gonna try something and make it just a global variable and just see how that goes. So instead of doing this, we're just gonna do just make it global and see if that's the issue. In fact, length might be bad. This might break other things though, because it might become very ambiguous as to what it's referencing. Also, you know what? I don't think because we're doing a C style string here. Because we're not storing as a string, storing as a char pointer. No, I'm not doing that, Jackson. No, this is not crazy. C++ is not the problem. Honestly, a lot of this stuff is like weird bullet tools. But usually I'm fine. Go programmers. No, it's not the program. It's not the compiler though. When I think about it. It's nothing with that. Yeah, it's a custom engine drafty. Let me see what the error I'm getting here. No, it's not a missing brace, dog. It's not a missing brace. In fact, so good news. Actually, good news, guys. So this actually did fix the issue. The issue was that we were having it was to do with the static field thing here. The issue now is it's now happening on runtime. Now we're having a runtime error. We're having a runtime error. So that means, okay, this is not ideal. I'm going to change that because it's not acceptable to just not be able to just do static. And just having these in global namespace. I mean, I want to eventually I'm going to convert this to all be like C style, so that's going to happen at some point. But right now, I want to see what is going on with this first. Throwing an instance of invalid argument. String to int. invalid argument. So it's trying to go. Stoy is converting a string to integer, right? Which means something is trying to parse an integer from this. So now that it's a runtime error, we can actually use a debugger and see where does things break down and then go from there. So cool. It breaks here. Can we go up a level though? In fact, it's using disassembly. I don't want to use that. Usually it's a bit better about finding where the error is being thrown. Oh, didn't mean to build. My bad. Build finished. Yeah, stop. Come on. Alright, we might have to breakpoint it then. To see where exactly this issue is being thrown. Pthread kill. Okay, we have... I'm kind of curious though, because what I think is happening, this is what I think might be happening, is that I might be wrong, but this feels like this is not. I wonder if this is stack allocating it, setting the pointer to this, and then once it leaves scope, this is, free and returned to memory, and this is pointing to bad stuff. Like, I almost wonder if maybe I should try, like, well, we can do a few things here. We can actually just use the C++ stuff and just use a string. What's going on here? But actually, I'm kind of curious though. Let's just test it with this first. With the string pointer. Could be the first time I've had issues with that. Oh my goodness, size of value dot. And you have to iterate this. You can't assign. What's going on here? Cannot assign to range char pointer from void pointer. Okay, but actually, this is wrong. This is size. It should be size of char times. Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend I'm in C land again. So we do this, and then we can do what? Can we do memcopy? I always forget the functions because there's like memcopy and then there's another one, destination and source. So destination would be indices. And then source would be value. No. 1 second. Let me remember. Let me search up how you do this again. C mem copy. Yep. So it's 3 parameters. Yeah, it's memcopy. So yeah, destination, source, and then So destination, source, and then size of the individual element. That's the thing I always mess up is there's one that's like you use the entire size of the buffer you're trying to copy over, and then there's another one that's just the size of the individual element. Actually, no, this is the size of the entire memory you want to copy, actually, now that I think about it. Size, and then so we allocate indices. So we set the value, we allocate indices, we set the values from this mem copy. Okay, and then what do we do from there? We also have to set size here. Honestly, I'm just gonna do this. Why not? How to live stream like this? OBS. There's also a plugin you can use. So sets of 8 bits, K8. What for this? No, it's a number of bytes, right? That's a number of bytes you want to copy. So it's a number of characters times the size of an individual character in bytes, and then that's the amount we copy from indices to, or no, from value to, no, that's destination. Destination and source is here. From value into indices. Okay, let's see if we get something different. Okay, still having the same exact error too. Terminate call after throwing an instance of invalid argument and stoy. What is stoy? I'm pretty sure it's integer from string, but what does stoy do? Interprets a signed integer value from a string. Okay, so there's somewhere in my code where I'm doing a stoy and it's not working correctly. I kind of feel that has to do with this, I feel like it has to do with the value we save here. Because, like, it's not, we're only getting F. Not the, correct value, which is odd, which means there's something wrong with my parser. I'll have to look at that, but let's just Python build and then look at the generated code. And then what do we have here? Yeah, so we have the correct thing here now. In fact, I'm kind of curious. Let me look in my the other project that uses this engine, because that has a lot more animated assets. Where is it? The Cozy engine, source, no, data, textures. How do we format things? Oh, I don't do a prefix thing at all. Oh, and on top of that, we don't use underscore. Oh no, I use idle underscore left, but then we use the dash to delimitate. Oh my goodness. So I've actually been saving this in a bad format. So if this was animated, it wouldn't be. Got you. So I think I've been doing this wrong. And I'm seeing, I know, okay, now I know what's going on. The string from int thing is happening from the parser because it's trying to parse an integer from a letter. Because I'm doing f underscore or f dash that, Okay, so it had nothing to do with any of this C stuff, dude. It had nothing to do with any of this allocations or whatnot. We were gravy. We were gravy. I mean, the static thing has also caused issues, but we were largely gravy. It was just I messed up my file format. Or my texture formatting. So let's just yoink these. Yeah, get rid of them. Confirm deletion, yes. Cool. And then we're gonna go back here. We're gonna save it now actually in coherence to our naming scheme, which is we can use underscores for this kind of stuff, but then when it comes to the actual sprite sheet information, we just encode it there. Yeah, I'm gonna make a sprite parser. We're gonna do that at some point. Close that, run the Python script, run it. Life should be good now. C++ moment. Build failed. Okay, how did the build fail now? Is that a member? Oh yeah, because I didn't update the usage. That's easy. That's a simple thing. That's me just not... Yeah, that's simple. Here you go. F Comic Sans bold. Cool. I mean, the texture sheet is not exactly displaying the text correctly, but hey, that's something. That's something. That is indeed something. All right, let's find out what's going on with this text sheet, sprite sheet now. Let's see if I'm passing the correct. I have hard-coded value, that's why. I have hard-coded values here. So, what can we do? What can we do? I mean, we can update it, but I want this to be dynamic. And we have a way of parsing this data. That's kind of the reason why we did things the way we did them here. So what I want to do is go into our... because we have a function here for generating create tiles, and we have a thing for if it's animated, so we can actually offload a lot of the stuff back into here, and we create a shader and stuff, so we can actually set some of these animation properties directly, because I think even the tile on loading generates this, so we can actually do this stuff here. Where do we do this? Texture, set tile. What's the default fragment shader we have here? Unlit sprite. Let's go to unlit sprite. We're gonna be breaking some shaders because now we actually have a proper naming convention for this stuff. So I need to update this to work the way I have it in mind, which means you go to logo. Honestly, this whole thing is going to be identical. It's identical to our yeah, it's like identical to the other things, so we don't even need to have a specific texture for this. We can just yoink it, copy it, go back to unlit sprite, ggvg, paste, and now we have our sprite here now with our new parameters. And then I'm gonna make a string for all these parameters so we can, or even cache these shader properties. We'll see though. Let me catch up. Hash map. I don't need a hash map. Hash map. Can't be a const expression. Also accept in C++20. It seems like you were using 14. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm definitely using older version. Yeah, C++ moment. Yeah, kind of. New year. Thank you. Feliz Año Nuevos. Igualmente. Standard output. I have it to the side of the screen. It's over here somewhere. Engine. Yep. This is my own engine right now. Wolf. All right. So we're going to make like a lot of changes here. I could just make this work. In fact, maybe I should. Let's first make sure this works, and then I'll do my big refactor that has to happen anyways. Because why not? 1024. 1024. That way this stuff gets simpler. 64. 8. 8. And then, yeah, let's run it and see how this looks. Okay. So cool thing is that the text actually works correctly. There's like a little overlap here, but that's easy to fix. And there's some spacing issues, but that's fine. The thing is, our font works. Our font system works. Now I just need to fix the shade, because I broke the shader here, so it's not gonna do the thing. It's setting shader properties that don't exist anymore, but that's easy. That's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. We can totally fix that. So now what we can do, and we can like change. That is the cool thing, is I can change this. Now it's flexible. We don't have to rely on a preset tile system. We can just do the thing. I can say, hey, yo mama is at Cozy Cabin Games. Run it. And it pops up. Not quite right. In fact, there's a lot of things wrong here. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what happened. I think I have something else that's still preset with. Oh yeah, this is okay. I didn't do length. Length. I should probably do that. Text.length. Why? Because it was 16 characters. Yeah, text.length divided by 2. I think that should be good. That should be all that we need to have the behavior I want. I believe so. Yeah, run it. Okay, this time for real. This time for real. Okay, that didn't quite happen the way I had it in mind. Why is that happening? This is actually weird. So this here is where things are breaking down. Oh, I know why this is happening. It's because we have a fixed size array over here. Or at least that's part of it. Where is it? Where is the fixed size array? Here we go. Let's just make it humongous-er. Why not? Why not? There you go. It gets cropped off the side, but you get the idea. You get the idea. The buffer wasn't long enough. But hey, we can make this say whatever we want now. Beautiful. And ideally, I'd probably update the text at some point to be like, hey, we're loading now. Yeah, when in doubt, make the bat massive, dude. Massive. I mean, it's very little data that's in there, so we could afford to make it humongous. Who cares? Who cares? So, I think we did the math for the Riven Done project where like I calculated how much size is like a ticket and how much size is like a buffer of like 100,000 tickets taken. It's like super insignificant compared to the RAM we have. It was amazing. It's like, hey, we can just like make this cache coherent and it's not even a big penalty. It's great. It's great. We can just make the thing, dude. So we have the dynamic text working. Now we have to actually modify the shaders to actually use the new properties. And I feel inclined to make a static properties for like just sprite based shaders in general. Not only like the name of the fields, but also the locations of them, because it's a very frequently done thing. I feel like I should be able to just cache it and just have life be good. Sprite shader props or sprite properties. I don't know. GPU props, like. I guess we could just do this and then rename it if we need to later. Shader props. Here, we can go here and then yoink all the stuff we have here. Actually, sprite shader props. And then yoink all this. Here we go. Now, we have issues with strings. I know that much. But I wonder if potentially this should be fine. I mean, some of them are pretty long that I think exceed the amount where it becomes a problem, but we'll just deal with that when we cross that bridge. Okay. Cool, so we have a list, we have all the string properties here. Now the question is, what are we gonna do? We can do const expression string, and then, oh, these are gonna be unique things too. We can yoink this. Is there a way to paste it to the side? I guess I could just do like... Let's see if this works. Can I do this? Or is it gonna do the... Yeah, it's not gonna do it the way I want it to. I want it to do it at the line end. Oh well. It's fine. Then go to textures and see how they do it. Static. Oh, it's static const expression. Oh, maybe I have to do that with the other thing. Okay. We're learning. Let's write this. Static. Actually, no. What happened here? Why did that happen so quickly? There we go. So, as for this, yeah, we'll just do the naming. Yo, dog, what's up, Mr. Pickle Bean? Still working on in Unity? Nah, I'm working on my engine right now. This is C++ right now. Not Odin, C++. Take you to become proficient in this language. I'm still trying to get proficient. We're still trying to get proficient at it. Yeah, I feel like I find myself wanting to do things in a C style more than a C++ style thing. So I feel like even then I'm not really... I'm using the file extension, maybe a few standard data structures and whatnot, but I'm oftentimes bypassing quite a bit do things the way I want to. Oh, we have to prepend this with stud string. Okay. Okay, frame count. Count Y. Cool, so we have our static properties here. Nice. Now the ones that are on runtime, if I remember correctly for OpenGL, they might be different. Even if it's the same property, they might have a different ID. Because I think there is relative to the shader program. I still want to cache it, but I can't do it as simple as this. I'm gonna have to do like a dictionary or something. Render module. We have to go to main as well and make sure this stuff gets included. So what do we have here? Conversion C++. Yeah, we could just do include. Shader props. Sprite shader props. There we go. What do you think about Elixir? No idea about Elixir. For a few months back when I was like 16, 17, but I only got so far to code a few hacks. I mean, I started, so technically C++ was my first programming language. So I used dev C++, the IDE, and did some stuff when I was in middle school. And I did that for a little while, but then I switched to GameMaker. And only this past like couple months or this past year have I actually started diving back into C++. I did a whole Rust arc and did some engine stuff there. Some super simple engine stuff there. And then I rewrote everything in C++ because I kind of enjoy it more. Actually, I would enjoy it significantly more. And then I started, and I think eventually I want to convert this to be just pure C. Maybe not pure C, I can't really escape it. I need to figure out how to build this stuff. Like, I like the way I do things in Rivendun, where it's just like a simple build function with just whatever flags to GCC and that's it. I hate having to rely on like this intermediary language to define how things are built and having to, like, it feels like I have less control over my code base that way. So at some point I want to go full on. I know I can do it with C++ as well, but I just like, I really enjoy working in C, weirdly enough, man. I find myself enjoying it more. On a heap? Not yet. So no, that doesn't happen. At least to my knowledge. If these strings are within a certain, less than like I think 32 characters or 64 characters, I forgot which one it was, it's not allocated on a heap. If it exceeds that though, it gets allocated on heap. So this should work fine. I have to have a more robust solution for when it exceeds that limit and then causes that because it doesn't compile. And if it does compile, it won't compile for Emscripten if I ever do WebGL, WASM compilations. So that's a thing to be cognizant of. Right now, though, I'm just want to get this going, but if things change, like the worst that happens is like, all right, cool, we have to actually just make this be assigned on runtime and allocate it, but it's fine. C is great for my experience. It's not great for game dev. I don't know. We'll find out, K8. This lends itself to game. Well, I'm kind of trying to defeat OOP. I'm trying to break or avoid OOP usage as much as I can and see how that goes. So we're going to find out how it goes for games. What do you think is the fastest way to earn money through programming? I can't give you recommendations on that because that wasn't really my intention. And I never operated trying to do that. I guess the simplest thing And I'm saying simple in terms of just the items you have to do, but the actual items themselves are very big task. If you want to get big money, just learn C++, performance C++, and then sell your soul and go into algo trading. Like that's the that's the route you go, man. That's what you do. Get really good at C++ or low level, and just go to high frequency trading. That's how you get the big bucks. Outside of that, I don't know. My goal was never to get big bucks. And compared to like the industry, I probably am not considered to be making the big bucks, though I'm able to live relatively comfortably, which I'm very thankful to God for. But yeah. Oh, and the military industrial complex. That's right, guys. You got to show the missiles where they are by where they aren't. How can the missile know where it is if it doesn't know where it isn't? So yeah, the military industrial complex, and then you also have corporate America. You either teach code to kill or teach code to be greedy. That's like the two options you have for big money. What am I doing? I was doing something of a somewhat productive nature, and I just kind of lost it. We were here. We were moving stuff around. That's, I think, what I was doing. And I was going to set a shader property. That's what I was going to do. I was going to move a lot of this stuff into create tile, because this takes in what? Session, state, position, and then texture information. Yeah. So we're going to move this stuff. I think that's what I was going to do. I was going to move this stuff in there. We also do like all this property assignment, but now I can just cache it because I have these set integer, set float things, so I can just do this. I think the only thing that would change is like this set font. But let's start with the common stuff. Then we can just override this value later. So on initialization, we do this. We have session. This is lowercase session. And then we can just set this to 0, but maybe I can provide an override for specific stuff. And then instead of doing u.current index, we can just do sprite shader props, and then current index. Very nice, very nice. Okay, this is not happy. Why are you not happy? Oh, cause you that's right. We use this is a C style thing, which means it expects to have a char pointer, a GL char pointer, but really it's just a wrapper for char pointer. So it expects to be this. I wonder if I can just do this and have it be fine with me. It's like, I don't think this is a clean conversion for for string. I'm not sure if under the hoods you can do that with C++. I guess we're gonna find out right now. No, we might, to do this, we might have to actually do the thing where we, because if I have to do that for every single time I call this, that's just kind of a waste, you know? That's kind of more, that's just more verbosity, and it defeats the whole point of having, I mean, yeah, part of it's I just don't want to have to retype the string and potentially mess something up. The other part is I want it to be convenient as well. So if I have to remember to do that, I don't like that. Are you gonna be cool with this? I doubt you are. We're gonna find out. If not, I have to like do a build function for this or something and then set these values on runtime. Whatever. Whatever. Slurping and swallowing is not the kind of ASMR. I'm sorry, children. I'm just drinking water, man. It's not my intention. You were doing shaders. Yeah, shaders were fun. We're gonna get to. We're connecting back to shaders. We're unifying the shaders. No, I'm not using SD. I'm using GLFW, Game Dev Goodness. The missile knows where it is at all times. Is it? No, I'm using CLN with Vim bindings. Yeah, people do. People who care do BDR. But I'm not here to talk about AI. I'm building an overlay right now for stream. No. What's going on here? What is going on here? What just happened? Oh, here we go. You belong in here. That's where you belong, and then I can go back here and I can modify stuff. Also, one second, let me go to, yeah, there we go, now we're good. So, yeah, shader props, sprite shader properties. Or a init, we can call this a init. And then it's also going to return void. And then maybe this is not going to be a const expression. It could just be a static expression and we assign this directly. That's all right. I use KT strawberry switches. Yeah, we're gonna overlay. I'm gonna try to fix this so you guys can actually see what's going on. I love doing this thing where I live on the edge by breaking the program, and then when people want to see what I'm doing, I can't really show it because I have to fix I have to fix it. And we do that to feel alive. We like feeling alive. We don't just make a branch to test this stuff with. No, sirree. We do it live. Okay, this is not. Okay. In fact, what am I doing? I can just do this, paste this here. And then I think, for the most part, I can just do this. Delete, escape, everyone's happy. And then just minor formatting. And then over here, that's all we do. In fact, oh, I can't do it the way, I can't do that for everything though. Okay, we have this here. Hopefully this is not going to do the thing where I think it's going to do, where it just like does a static allocation, because that's going to be a pain in the butt. That's going to be annoying, but whatever, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that. What's the error you're giving me, buddy? Show context. Convert to raw string literal. Yeah, I don't want to. So we have this. We can go to engine. We're going to have another thing to build. That's okay. We're going to have our sprite shader props. It's going to be an init function. Do you have to do reload CMake project? It's all right. You can do either or unintellectual. You can do either side to side or vertical. There's a lot of ways to do it. It's pretty nice. No, not sprite object. Sprite shader props. And then it's init. Nice. Okay. So we have a few properties did, I think. And then I think now, let's go to textures real quick, and then hopefully you guys can get to see what I'm talking about here. Where is the create tile thing? We have create tile, we have this, we have this, we have this. Register shader. Yeah. We set these properties. I can rework these now to be the thing I wanted. Honestly, I still kind of want to make this a bit more succinct, but whatever. We'll live. Pixel dimension X. Can I just type it like this? No, I can't. Pixel dimension Y. Yeah, I'm gonna make this more succinct. We're just gonna call it sprite properties. Refactor it like that. Oh man. Yeah, to do the vertical thing, you can, I think it's like, for me, I have it set to like, there's W and then there's E. So you can have your windows tiled this way, or you can do your I3 command to do it this way. This way, horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical, horizontal. It's pretty cool. Actually, I should use this more often, just know what tab I'm looking for at a glance. PCIe cards and a Mac Pro. The dev ASMR, definitely nice background. Thank you, Kate. As for the keyboard, here you go. And then for general facts, frequently asked questions, we have a help command as well. Sounds interesting. It sounds like my personal hell. What's going on? No, I'm good. I'm not going to do Roblox. But it's in Godot, definitely not as involved as this. I mean, it's different. It's different. But yeah, Godot's a engine that's pretty mature. It's growing in maturity, so it's definitely easier than making your own engine. But for me, I like having something that fits my hand like a glove. And also, I like there's something for me of just about making a program executable that has just the things it needs to make the game do its thing. You know. Not this extra fluff, not this extra functionality that I don't need or the user wants. Just exactly what's needed to achieve the end goal I have in mind. There's something about that I like. Makes me feel good. And I think and the cool thing is we have this overlay made in Unity as well, so we can do a comparison between my version and the Unity version. And see how, like, what does the L1 cache misses look like? Or what does that cache miss rate look like? What does the memory size look like? It'll be fun to look at it. Yeah. Let's see this first out. Create tile. Logo, session, set scale. So we set this create tile thing. It sets all these properties. Yeah, we have to finish setting these. Okay, there we go. Frame count. Sprite props. Frame count. Frame count and what was it? Cell X? Yeah, cell Y count. Cell count Y. There we go. Cool. And then we have these properties here in the texture info. So we can do, I think is it just info, or is it just the property are passed in here? Texture info. It's just texture. Perfect. So we can do texture dot size and pixel. It's gonna be the same thing here because I kind of enforce using same size images. And then we have texture dot frame count, and then texture dot x count. Where is it? Rows, Oh, I do the thing row. Okay, columns I think is X. And then rows is Y. Okay, cool. So now this is going to be dynamic. It's not going to be fixed. It's going to be responsive to the texture we imported. Perfect. And then I'm going to have to update the renderer to not have to set a lot of these properties over again and have it only set the transform matrix. But we'll deal with that later. About 10x less memory. Definitely, yeah, definitely less memory. What's going on here? Show's game called Friday Night Funkin'. Oh, my bad. My bad. Yeah, FNF is a Fight and Flight. It's a game I was working on. We'll never be able to make solid judgments of perfect code. Yeah, or just what it needs. Understand nothing at all what you're doing. Help, I did. It's just fun to look at. Hey, man. It's also fun to just enjoy it in that capacity, too. Honestly, even programmers looking at this may not understand what's going on because a lot of it's just context. Without the context, it's just kind of like, all right, this is just noise. Like for me, if I were to watch someone streaming, I'll try to start figuring out what's going on, but without context about what the structure of their code base is and what they're doing and what's been done, it could be very, very tricky. So what's going on here? There's a failure at compilation at building. So where is the error that I'm looking for here? It has to do with the static. I know for a fact it has to do with the static. This is just a warning. This is just a warning. Warning, 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 warning. Failed cozy instrument dependencies. Why is this failing? Is it about the order for this? Maybe shader props could be up higher. I don't know. I use splits, gotcha. Of knowing and also the market changes in different country. I write C++, but I have no idea what about writing game engine because I'm a compiler dev. Oh my goodness, that's pretty sick though. Yeah, I have very little knowledge about compiler level C++ or any of that kind of thing. I've heard of abstract syntax trees. That's the most I can say. I've heard about that and some terms like integral promotion, but that's stuff I've heard in passing and haven't really like looked into. But making your own language sounds fun, man. Socket. What's it slipped out of socket? What's going on here? Very little hallucination, if any. Are we talking about AI stuff? I tried some compiler dev. It's definitely another level. Yeah, seems crazy, dude. I don't have messages here. What's going on? Embody. You haven't tried Gemini? Alrighty. So what's going on with this issue? Why is this compiling? Or not failing to compile? Honestly, I have a suspicion as to what it is. Yeah, and I think it has to do with this. The fact that I have these static char pointers. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just have to read. I don't know what's the deal with static. Because I'm using static, but it's not working the way I want to. Like, do I have to actually prepend, for example, the props? Do I have to prepend the class to do this? Or do I have to do like static and that? No. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. Because I want to have a static instance for these chart pointers. But also, or I wonder if it's an issue where like we're setting this, but then on, well no, we would get a runtime error though, unless the compiler is smart enough to pick up on this. Because we didn't really answer the question about the other thing where, hey, is this a case where we're just kind of assigning something here, like we're allocating this on the stack, sending the pointer to that, and then once we leave the scope, this gets freed, but we still have a pointer pointing to this random place in memory. I wonder if maybe that's a guard case, in which case we just have to do that thing we did in the font table, index table again. Maybe in a more generalized way. Find places about dev without being inundated with AI discussions. Yeah, honestly, guys, let's not do like everything we have to talk about, or at least I have to say about AI is here. I don't like that's just my general thing. Regardless of AI, like I am coding for fun, for the enjoyment of it, and also to get better as a programmer, and I don't like using AI, so you know, that's kind of the end of it for me at least. So, and I think most developers are just kind of tired of hearing people talk about it. So this is not really the space for it. All right, Embody, you're done, dude. You're out. Yeah. Yeah, we're done with that. So in general, guys, no more AI talk. Usually we do like a one kind of thing, but nah, this is I do this for fun. I'm not getting paid to do this. I just enjoy working on this and sharing the process with y'all. So in a sense, this is kind of like me opening up a slice of my home. But you know, that's the rules I like going by. So what are we gonna do here? I think I might just make a general function for specifying taking a string literal and allocating it. Though we can actually get to the root of this issue by just, hey, let's just make these be globals. Let's just make this be globals. And just set the globals. And then if this works, then I don't think the issue is this allocation, though I think I might be better to specify this because, you know, you never know. But yeah, if this works, then that's gonna be funny. And there's probably some understanding about static that I just don't know yet, and we just need to work on at some level. C++ you're using? I'm using, I think, 14. My CMake version, I think, file says I'm using C++ 14. No, it's C++ 20, my bad. Not 1420. Welcome, Andy. I'm making an overlay right now, but I've broken a lot of things, and we're just in the process of refactoring stuff. I didn't realize static const strings are such a weird thing. So that's a thing we're gonna have to sort out. What am I doing? I was doing something. I'm looking for the create function. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, the create tile function. And then we have this whole functions that go on here. Yeah. And then we made these globals, so we're just gonna see if this works. And I need to understand, I probably have some documentation to read about how the static keyword works. Because So it seems not as simple as the way I'd think about it in like C#. And so that was, so this, ha 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 ha. Okay, so 1 second. I think the memory thing is still a consideration, but let me just make sure that what I'm doing here is correct. Because I'm pretty sure if I set the session render set, I believe int is a property that needs to be assigned here, if I'm not mistaken. Props. Oh, we don't have to do sprite props. We just do. We're gonna fix this. We're not leaving it like that. But I just need to have confirmation that this is not a memory thing. What am I doing? We're setting the ticket. I don't know. Let's see something real quick. I also use HTML to program some apps. Yeah, you're out of here, Aziz. Like I said, guys, no AI talk here. I'll be nice. I'll put you on timeout. UE4, no, my own engine. But const expression might help you with strings. So here's the thing, though, Norblot. I used const expression before. That's all I was doing before. There's some weird stuff on compilation if a string is too large, though, that I've encountered. And I know for sure, that Emscripten also has some weird constraints on that. So for me, I'm probably going to end up having to assign it like this. Let's see, set float, and then we're doing, what was I doing? Current, I forgot. Let's go here, sprite, props, we have current index, yeah. I wonder if there's like a dependency. I wonder, no, there shouldn't be a dependency though. And we also need a ticket as well. Ticket. Tile dot render. That's the ticket we're looking for. Then we have the name here. Current index, I believe is actually what it's called. Yeah, there we go. No, not GL current index. I'm looking for just current index. Am I dense? Is it not current index? And the value, which is going to be current. Oh no, font index. Okay. Where have I gone wrong? It is current index. It's not being found here. Do I need to... Oh, I have to reload the CMake project, don't I? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, put timeout, yeah. I'm too sensitive? Nah, man. This is my space. This is for fun. I don't want to have, you know... You don't want to... If you have people in your house and they start not acting the way, like... I don't know. Creating like a hostile vibe. Like, do you want to allow these people in your place? Nah, man. And I think a lot of people are tired of that kind of talk, so why not? I haven't used Void in a long time. Making Flash games? Nah, work on a project, stream release thing. Yeah, I'm trying to, the Bleeds. I need to fix this, though. I need to fix this. In fact, actually, you know what? Maybe I can just do... This is on Git. I can just git stash and then run what I have, and then you guys can see from there. But I feel like we're so close. Yeah, and this is working now. Current index. So let's run it. This should hopefully display correctly. Did not. So why did this not? We set scale, we tile create. We're not using this shader anymore. We're using just the default shader. Is animated is gonna be false. What happens if I set is animated to false? Is animated, we request a tile animator and session animators. Okay, but we're not gonna be doing any animations, so that's fine. We can still set these properties that we're expecting to have. And it says could not render. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Actually, out of curiosity, because this wasn't happening before, is it because I'm setting a float that doesn't... Let me actually go to game C++. I'm setting a float. Let me try setting int. What happens if I do that? Okay, so that's the thing. Hey, and it's working, guys! I mean, almost. The sky background is not working. But we will deal with that later. Hey, at least this is working. So you can see kind of how the overlay looks right now. In the day and night. We're gonna get the sky background back in so you can see the day and night stars come in. That looked very nice. But yeah, now we have dynamic text. So we can change the text. We can make this be like, I don't know, apple bottom jeans. Games. That's the new... We're starting a new game studio, guys. It's gonna be apple bottom jeans. Our first game's gonna be boots with fur. And it works! So now we have a dynamic text system. Now we can render text from a bitmap image. A bitmap image. Nice. Ignore the little artifact. That's easy. We can fix that. That's in the tile map. We can fix that. Very nice. Also, thanks, Terrell. Yeah, I have Git for this. So I'm working on a stream overlay, and so far it seems to be coming together very nicely. So I'm very happy about that. And now I'm in the process of, and this is in my own game engine. And hopefully, if this goes well, we can take a lot of this and translate it into the next game I work on after this Fight and Flight project. That's the hope, that's the expectation, that's the desire. Fragment name. I'm gonna forget this, so we're gonna document this. And is there a way to be like params? Param. And then what? Session. Level. Position. The thing that's relevant is a string fragment name. Which I think we're going to do our own shader compiling pipeline. So we can have this be kind of like HLSL, where we have like the vertex and the fragment fused into one unified shader. Shader should be used for default. Because hey, we actually document for ourselves. It's kind of important. The wrench is heavy, but the arms are light. Thank you, Moz. Thank you, Nobody, and Zed, Med, DJ, and Samson. I did make that myself. I just shoot ideas back and forth with it, but thought the language was a bit much. So yeah, A equals B plus C1 equals B. What's going on? And so on. I mean, wrap my head around how to DX shape. About the dimensionality of functions and equations. I did make that myself. I just shoot ideas back and forth with it. Gotcha. Oh, brother, I'm actually really happy though. I'm really happy. So one thing I need to figure out is why our sky background is not not displaying at all. Is it is it an issue with the shader? Okay, let's run it and then kill it immediately. Let's do that. Run it. Kill it. Could not compile shader lit sprite fragment. It did compile the sky background though. So I'm wondering why the sky background isn't being loaded. Now that being said, we can do a lot more cleaning up now. So we can go to the render module, we can go to a render function. We have all these properties, like these sprite animation properties that we're setting that don't need to be set anymore because you know, we're caching the value. The value's cached, so we don't have to overwrite like cell count, frame, stuff like that. Globals like time, we do need to update, and we should update. So I'm gonna leave that there, and maybe I should make like a global sprite thing somewhere, like albedo 0 and 1 and all these different sprite shelves, to institute onto the shaders. But yeah, I think that'd be a separate thing. We can do this global thing later. There's nothing here. We have pixel dimension, frame count. Yeah, this is all good. So we're just keeping this U time then. And then we have this model view projection. That needs to be done and calculated per frame. Changes happen. I was trying to do some rotations. We're going to do that another time though. Because I'm thinking about the implications of rotation and how like all of a sudden things go from being an object space to instead being into their own local coordinate space, and how I want to handle that. Yep, that's the thing. We have this stuff here. GeoActive texture. We don't have to do, we can like set this now, like geo uniform. We're gonna do some stuff. Yeah, we're not setting any of these properties anymore. They can be gone. Yeah, vertex. So I need to look through this and see how we're gonna go about it. Check the memory consumption. Oh, you guys want to do the memory comparison between this and the one I made in Unity? We can do that. Let me check something though. Let me I want to get the background working. That's for sure. I need to have the background. I need my background. Did I delete it by accident? No, because then when we recompile the Python script, it should not show. So it should be there. It should be there. Day night texture, get texture. We're doing some jank stuff here. Something kind of jank. It's okay. We'll deal with that later. Because there's specific properties that this shader must use. It's compiling though. That's the thing that's odd. It's not rendering, but it's also compiling perfectly fine. So I wonder if there's something wrong with the shader itself. Like we have albedo 0, albedo 1, you have U time, you have U day-night colors. These are properties you expect to have. You have wrap. I mean, these are the functions I have here. And then we have just return day-night color, and that's like... Actually... But no, we sample the texture and then we do an interpolation. Okay, yeah. No, we're good there. So let's just try something. Let's just try direct interpolation. Texture, U, albedo, say 1, underscore UV. See what that gives us. Yeah, still no issue. So a problem there. Interesting. So let me check something else real quick. Make sure I'm not breaking something else. I know we have, I was calling that rotation function. Maybe that's not... Let's go to game. Maybe I'm just accidentally calling that the wrong thing. Create tile. Set scale. We never set rotation though. So I'm assuming. Okay, here's where are you? We're so close. Here we go. Set. No, it's setting scale. And that's for the loading circle, which I may just make it an animated bitmap image because why not? Yeah. Do we do anything weird anywhere else? What else do we do here? Let's go to the scene logic. We have the oscillation of the camera. We have the iteration to the text to make them oscillate. That's cool. Ah, we set rotation here. So let's just not do that. Nope, that's not the cause. Thank you, Holy OX. I come back on break to smack some gremlins. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Oh man, can you explain what game you're trying to make? I'm making an overlay right now. So let me show you how the original. Yeah, we can do that for comparison. So you can go here, and I can show you the version that was made in Unity. So you run it, and you have this whole little scene with loading stream on top, and this also responds to day and night. So like it uses real time to make this either nighttime or daytime. I think I might get rid of that just so we can actually see the different phases of the cabin, because I stream always at night, so you're never going to see the daytime version of it, which kind of sucks. But I don't know, we might do that. And I've been remaking this in my own engine, and it's coming along pretty well. I seem to have broken the sky background though. That's the main thing, or one of the main things that I'm trying to tackle right now. And once we get there, we're gonna do some simple animation. But once we, like, that's just a minor, I'm not sure what is the issue actually and why that broke, but we shall find the cause of this, and we shall make it good. We shall rectify. Make it splendid even. And tile transform. Yeah, I honestly almost wonder if I deleted the shader, or like the entry from the level. In fact, let me just make sure I didn't do that by accident. So we're gonna go into data, we're gonna go to textures, no, not textures, we're gonna go to levels. No, we have sky here. Can I make duplicates of it? Maybe that'll change things. Hey, you never know, man. And making a duplicate fixed it. So, okay, there's something weird going on with the valley bindings, but hey, it's working. So the daytime, and then it transitions to nighttime. Ooh, actually, I'm realizing this is not getting the proper colors. The unlit. Oh, okay. We have something else to pass in there. We made a misjudgment. In fact, this might be the issue. This might actually be the issue. I know what's going on, and we cannot. We're using unlit fragment for a lot of this, and I just realized that there's an important reason why we didn't do that. It was because I was sampling there was something else going on there. I had a sampler. Okay, now I know what's going on here. I mean, partially. I don't know why we need to have two skies, but whatever. We'll deal with that when we deal with that. Get diff. Where's the shader? The original shader. There's important functions I need to use here. So this is for what? Unlit sprite fragment. This is exactly what I need. We have all these properties, but then we also deleted something extra that's important, which is this day-night color sample thing. There's also a uniform for day-night colors that we used. So I'm going to yoink this. Can we not yoink? Am I not permitted to yoink? Okay, I can yoink this. Can I please? I would sure like to copy this. Paste as plain text. Yes. Okay, so that's the misstep. I thought they were going to be essentially the same thing. They're not essentially the same thing. They're actually very different things. So yeah, this day-night color, we sample this day-night, this uniform, this color map for the... Because as you go from day to night, there's like different colors in between. So I have a texture specifically just for that. And then we do some stuff here. And then not only do we sample this color, but I think we multiply it by day-night color. And I think that should be everything needed to make this happen. And no, it doesn't happen. Why is that the case? Unlit. Oh, this is for unlit fragment. No. We have to go to unlit sprite. Wrong function call. Honestly, it should be a different name entirely, but we'll deal with that later. Yeah, just yoink all this. And there you go. And then the final output, we do this times day-night color. Cool. And then over here, did I do anything that's going to break stuff? Yeah, this is not going to compile. But we're not using anything with this anyway, so I think it's fine. Run it. There we go. Now you see everything being subject to day and night. Including this. This cannot be the case. Okay, so we have to have one that's like completely emissive or unlit. So we'll use that one. Sub up, friend. Thank you, Speed. I appreciate it, man. Do you have to be really, really smart to be good game dev without using AI who implements mathematical constants fully customizing the game? I mean, that's something that just kind of happens. I don't think you have to be smart. Dude, like, I don't know how to this, like, I think you just do it. Like, I always thought I was dumb, but this was just fun to try to figure out how to make the games work. And how to do the things I want to have done. Or even more, figuring out how to make the most out of some simple stuff, right? You don't like put comments? Nah, because like the code describes itself. The code describes itself. I think if it's something like for APIs and stuff where I don't want to have to look into implementation, I will do some documentation. But for the internals, usually it's like self-explanatory. Yeah, I'm going to have to modify the sprite map a little bit because I don't like the dark color doesn't look quite right either. And I think I want to have some pinks emerge. So there's a distinction between morning versus sunset. But that's easy. We can modify a texture. We don't have to modify any code to do this. And this, we need to make sure it's unlit. So thankfully, I believe my shaders... There's only like, what, unlit sprite? Oh, I made my own cozy cabin string thing. Because I was like, I am going to just, and it's just a const expression. No, that's, okay, whatever. Does that, okay, whatever. Wait, I've done this already? Wait. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna deal with that later. Shaders. Unlit. Oh, it has to be an unlit sprite. Oh my. Okay, we have bad terminology here. That's what we have going on. We have bad terminology because the unlit sprite is actually the lit sprite, technically, the way we're doing stuff with it. So, like, we're having a little crisis here. We're having a little crises here of identity with our shaders. So, we're going to do something. We're going to say, hey, for our StreamWorld project, it's in data, it's shaders. This unlit sprite, we're gonna rename it to be a lit sprite. So move unlit sprite to lit sprite. We already have a lit sprite. What are we? Okay, we're gonna do a lot of things here. RM, RF, lit sprite. Okay, and then we're gonna do a move of unlit sprite to lit sprite dot fragment. Okay, cool. And then the unlit's gonna be reserved only for things that are just not gonna be subject to any kind of. I mean, it's unlit. It's what you expect it to be. I just did dumb things. That's just who I am. That is what I do. And then let me go back to the projects. Go back to StreamWorld. Do we have a thing for building? I only have a thing for texture building. I don't have a Python script for shader building. So we just do that manually. It's not a big deal. It's just, you know, it's a little extra elbow grease we got to do. This is a default. That's why it's called just fragment. Lit sprite. And I think we're just default to make things unlit. And then things that need to be lit, we specify that it's going to be a lit sprite. So yeah, which means we have to go into our level, our level file, and also rectify this. Data, levels. So these are all going to be lit sprite. Let's see if this just works. I mean, I doubt it, but whatever. We go gambling. Did not render. Things went wrong, critically wrong. Why do things go critically wrong? What's our lit sprite? It does the things we want it to. Nice. Let's go to our unlit sprite. Oh, we don't have an unlit sprite, do we? We have unlit, but that's just a simple fragment. I need something that's also going to do the texture sheet. So we need to do a little bit more than just this. We need to go into our shaders. We need to make an unlit sprite as well. So many lits and unlit. What are we to do? So now we have our unlit sprite. Okay, and now we have this. Now we can go to our lit sprite. Yoink everything. Go to unlit. No, unlit sprite. Paste it here. Get rid of this day-night color compositing. You don't need this either. And the function that does that multiplication, we just ax it. And then we go to our sprites or shaders. And this should be correct. Nice. And the text is no longer. Yes. Dobby's happy. Cozy is happy. Cozy's a happy man. Maybe I'll increase the space in the text, but this is whatever. Save file or autosave. I just use Git. And then I'm gonna add a thing for this to have like a texture for emissives. That way the windows, no matter how dark it is, it's still gonna be ultra bright. It's just gonna use the emissive value. So I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna add an emissive texture map to this so that the windows here become bright in the absence of light here. But let's say what we have, because this is actually kind of big, dude. This is actually kind of humongous. I meant this to be just like a little anemic little fork of the main engine, but this is having more and more features that are kind of dwarfing the other engine. So I think I'm just gonna use this as the mainline engine. I'm gonna like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna copy, because it's a separate repository. I should have just made this, maybe I shouldn't have made it a branch. I should have made it a branch, whatever. I'm gonna delete the other one, replace, copy and paste this project in there. I don't know. We'll do something. I'll make another repository for the actual game and just use this as the base instead of the other one. And then maybe I'll just yoink in the editor logic that I had to do the things that I desire for it to do. Increase in trolls the past couple of streams. Yeah, it's been happening, Draco. I don't know why, but it just happens. It's all right though. Take your time. Check back. It's all good, man. Double truck night. That's rough, dude. No, I appreciate your help, and no matter what, man. I appreciate it. So, we have things. Things are smooth. So let's actually just save what we have. Let's add all our changes. Commit. Made sprite or text render. Push. Origin master, because we only push the master. That's all we do. Branching, being responsible, we don't do that. No, we just send it to production. No code review, no nothing. That's the way it's supposed to be, man. That's the way how you're supposed to do it. So we have done quite a lot with this. Here's the OS. And we've done quite a lot here, man. I'm actually very happy. I mean, okay, this is not acceptable. We need to fix this. This cannot be. Can I just make this like... How did I do it over there? I did like... Does that make things go away? It seems like I'm gonna assign this. I mean, let's just see what happens here. And let's go update usages of this in, I think, level read write is where the function for creating tiles exists. Yeah, we're totally gonna make an RPG, man. That's just gonna happen at some point. We're gonna make an RPG. We're just gonna do that. We're just gonna make an RPG and life is gonna be good. And I'm gonna say it's so easy, and then it's actually not easy. But hey, dude, we're just gonna figure it out, man. That's how you figure out your metal. Actually, we need to finish the first game we're working on, though. Fight and Flight. Need to finish that. Maybe I'll take a look at it today, actually. Why are you... This one's fine. Why are you unhappy? What did I do to you? Wait a sec. Why are you unhappy? Let's reload the CMake project. Let's see if this fixes it. Nope, this is fine. What? Sprite frame count. What? Reggie? I'm confused. These should have the same signatures. Oh, 1 second. Are you not expecting a const? Yeah, a const GL char pointer. There we go. Okay. We're good now. We're good. And then you should be... Oh, you're not happy. In fact, I think I made more people unhappy. Because now you're not happy. Okay, if we get rid of this. Okay, I think things are not better. Let's see what happens here. Still unhappy. Maybe I had it right the first time making these reload CMake project, go back to level read write. Okay, yeah, I had to make them const. Okay, that's easy. Beautiful. Let's try running it. See if it works. What's going on? Prithvira. You're cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm using Sea Lion, yeah. What's going on, Pro Gaming? Code it, then ship it. Exactly, man. QA is a waste, guys. QA is a waste. Just deploy your code raw, man. Oh, okay. This is... So that's actually a simple fix. Okay, we just run it. What's going on, Shayla? What's going on, buddy? Serenity. Thank you. Well, it's Serenity until the build fails, and then life is bad. Life is bad. But no, I think it has to do with static pointer stuff that I'm doing. I'm 99.99% sure it has to do with that. Yeah, level read write 206. I like how, I know it's like an opening parenthesis, but it just looks like a sad face. Do you guys see that? Like every time I look at this, it's like, error happened here, I'm sad. It's not opening up another, it's not an argument, it's just sad. Undefined reference is sprite props. Yeah, it's undefined. Okay, well, let's just go to sprite props. Get rid of this pesky const. That should solve all our problems, right? Build failed. And I'm pretty sure it has to do with... Let's just verify this. Let's inspect. Reload CMake project. I'm gonna have to change the const pointers for the GL char pointer. I'm not seeing anything wrong here though. Are you anyone mad here? No, no one's mad here. I think yeah, it's something weird. It's something to do with the static. Like I'm not getting it right. Shader props. Oh no, not shader props. I'm looking for sprite props. Here we go. Yeah, I think I have to make this static const char pointers and then move them up there. Though I think some of them might be too long for what I need them to do. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do something with this. It's the fact that I move this up. When I may take it from a global property into a static property, that's when things, the compiler or the linker doesn't work. So it's something about this. Something about this I'm just not understanding. Slipped onto stream. Well, welcome here, Melon. New viewer, and I was wondering if you have any tips for beginner dev. I mean, the biggest thing is just time and just doing stuff. I mean, surround yourself with people who are smarter than you. I think that's the best thing you do. Work on projects and then surround yourself with people who are more knowledgeable than you. Or at least, like, put yourself in positions to find people like that. Especially if you're going to be working alongside them. Like, a great place would be, like, game jams. That's a great way to get experience and learn stuff from other people while working alongside them. Wishing you all the very best for your project. Thank you, Vinny. Or Vinay. I appreciate it. So, what's the deal with this? Can I simply just do what I was initially going to do, which is just going to be... Can't delete that because something else is using it. I just want to test this out. I know I usually use const expressions, but I know somewhere else in my code I did that. I think for the sprite, or no, shaders. Oh no, they do static const expression. Never mind. Static const expression. Let's go to sprite. In fact, we're gonna do something here. Const expression. Okay, that makes all the bad stuff go away if I run it. It works. Okay, so I'm just gonna use my CC string, which I think just is literally just a const char pointer. But that's how I'm gonna have to do it. Cool. Cool. Nice. And then we can just get rid of this function. That's one less thing that Engine has to be worried about. So you don't have to worry about this. You, on the other hand, we still need to figure out this case, because like that, this is kind of nasty. I'm not gonna lie. This feels kind of gross. And having this be there just feels very wrong. What if I just do the same thing? I mean, it's not gonna work for mscripting, but I just want to at least try this out here. Static. What was it? Static const expression. Which means you can't reassign it, which means you have to actually just set the value here. I was doing a whole thing because I thought maybe this could be an issue due to memory allocation, like setting a pointer to a static, to a stack allocated thing and then having it be cleared outside of scope but still pointing to it. But I don't think that's the case. Let's see if this works now though. And it works. It just works. Beautiful. Lovely. And it's not gross. And we can get rid of this function, hopefully, forever and ever. And then we don't need this. Oh, I think I still need this. Yeah, well. Cool, okay. Some simple cleanup. Coding a web page? No, this is a test drive of my engine, and I'm making a stream overlay. The next thing I need to do is gonna be like, okay, we're gonna do the emissive thing. That's what I had in mind. We're gonna do the emissive. So we have to go to a lit sprite And I think we're gonna have a second albedo here. We're gonna make one called emissive 0. I think that's how you spell emissive, right? No, that makes a new tab. What's the thing to, is it? Yeah, J. Emissive. E-M-I-S-S-I-V. E-M-I-S-S-I-V. So we're gonna have this emissive texture, and even though we do this calculation for the final composite of this, we're gonna do a lerp, I think. Or in GL land, it's gonna be a mix function. Gross. Disgusting. Ugh. In fact, we're gonna do something here. We're gonna set a vec4 albedo to be equal to this. And then we're gonna make another one called emissive and sample cool with the same UV coordinate. And then here we're gonna do the multiplication as well for the day-night component or day-night color. Here, no, I thought you were gonna do the indenting, whatever. And then instead of doing this, we're gonna do mix albedo emissive, and then we're gonna use emissive dot A to be the lerp value. So wherever the emissive is like has alpha, we're gonna use the emissive color more than the base albedo. I spelled that wrong, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. Cool, and now we can just apply like this albedo texture to it. Now I want to try something here. I think we have to add another thing to our render module, which is like, we have set float, set int. Let's add a void set texture property. And I think we're gonna mimic the signature that we have here already. And instead of this const value, we're gonna have to have like some kind of texture ticket, I think. Texture info, I think. Or maybe just the name of the texture, actually. Because we can get the texture from, oh no, we don't have access to session data here. I don't know, we can do something with that. Do you use space instead of tab? I just use tab. It might be doing space, I'm not sure. Emissive have the overlay change the time of day in real time with the sun in the correct position. No, so I'm already doing that with the base lighting. I'm just gonna have the emissive there so that the windows are always constantly lit no matter what time of day. Game engine, yeah, it's in my engine. No, no HTML yet. We're just doing some C++. Declared in the class, but you gotta define the statics outside of the class, like sprite props, current index somewhere. Like you're talking about in terms of usage. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tackle something for Emscript and though, because if I try compiling with Emscript and it doesn't like anything that's more than I think 16 characters or 32 characters, so I'm gonna have to find a workaround for that. Haven't written C++ in 10 years? Well, I guess welcome to the exposure. I'm not sure if you're having that like nostalgia or if you're having that Akira GIF meme. Watching me. Akira, no! Leave me alone! Nostalgia. Okay, that's cool to hear. Oh, that's extra aura, man. Arduino? No, I'm not using Arduino. I haven't gone that level yet. Arduino sounds cool though. So set texture, we have this texture here. Let's go look at what is required to set a texture. Because we have what? So we have the texture bindings here. So we can get the location. We're gonna cache, we should probably cache location at some point, but for right now we're just gonna do it right here. Or maybe just call it location. Yeah, we're gonna replace this with name. And the shader ID is gonna be, I believe we're gonna use ticket.program ID. So this is gonna be the location, and next thing we need to do is actually, we have to also do a GL use program, I believe, to set this. Use program. Then we get the uniform location, and then we can do, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do the actual assignment. So let's go upstairs. It's like a building for me. So we have, now the interesting thing is that there's like these set texture slots. We have like a manually assign it to like texture 0 or 1 or 2 or whatever. So like for the type of shader you're running, you have like a predefined slot for these textures. I need to like, I feel inclined into adding like some level, not abstraction, but like some intermediary object to main, or something to maintain state about what type of shader we're using and then what type of layout it's gonna have, but we'll deal with that later. Active texture, bind texture, uniform. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. So you have this, GL texture, GL bind texture, 2D. Main texture is gonna be, so you have to actually get main texture, and this is gonna be what? Texture infos. Okay, sweet, so this is actually expecting a texture info already. So you can just do, yeah, because it's texture.gl texture ID. Perfect. And then main texture location, we just replace this with lock. And then as for the location, I need to like figure out what I want to do, because maybe I can have like a parameter where you define that, or maybe we have something else like in the render ticket that defines these things. Maybe for now we just manually set it, and then we can defer this to something else later on the line. Texture slot, let's say. Ooh, it's actually like GL texture 0 or DL texture 1 or what. Okay, so what we can do instead is have like a set albedo and set, like have like a predefined slot for this stuff. Or we could just set like, what is this? What is this? What is this thing? It's a macro, I know that, but like what is this macro pointing towards? What type of data value are? Because we could just, if you're gonna have a thing to expose this, oh, it's a particular value. I mean, I know it is, but it's part of a more massive thing. And so what is it, int? Okay, what is the parameter for this? You are taking in a GL float value and a GL. Nope. This. Okay, brother, I don't even know what's going on here, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't even know what's going on here. We're going down a journey together, guys. Okay. So maybe we just set this and then we can come back to this later. Main texture. Or actually, we're just going to use this for what it is specifically. I keep misspelling it. M-I-E-M-I-S-S-I-V. And then we can make this like texture slot 4 or something for right now. Thank you, Rafa. That's the goal here. I'm making a stream overlay, Proj. It's way because I don't want to. I just like doing this. Is this a game engine? Yeah, it is. Swangu. And then Arpenta, how do you navigate so quickly through your IDE? Just the beauty of Vim Motions and Vim Motions and i3 for window management. Okay, so we're gonna set like an explicit emissive variant of this. So, oh my goodness, I'm realizing too that this because this is not constructed in the engine or on runtime. This is it is constructed on runtime, but the information that's informing this is from the level format. Like we have a level format here, and it's defining, hey, we want to load a sky, we want to load the clouds, and then layer 2 and 3, and then the cabin, and then we define like, hey, this is a tile, this is the position we want to have it in. Here's the texture you want to use, and then here's the shader you want to use. I think I need to like have something more here to be like, hey, here's the to do this right, I have to do like something for defining emissives. And the more complex the data we want to represent in here, the more having an inline thing is not going to cut it. Like it's fine for a majority of the game, but then there's some things that just require more like a material. So I almost feel like making my own material format, so I can just name the material and the texture and this shader will be just part of the material. I think that's actually reasonable. If like having this particular material instance and be like, hey, yeah, it's a real room, Rafa. It's a real CRT with real buttons I can modify and stuff. I can turn it on and off. We're live. This is real. I mean, this is just what it is right now. The overlay. So there's a cozy cabin overlay, and then it has a day and night thing. I've broken something, so it's not showing the nighttime thing. That's not good. How did I break this? How did I break this? Also, what's happening with Discord? Oh, do you have new people? What's up, Stefan Builds and Rad Lab? Glad to have you. To the Discord. Nice. Sorry, I had to check something on Discord. But yeah, so I'm thinking of we got the text rendering, so that's cool. What is going wrong with this though? Because we haven't even called this. This is not even called, and yet the is it not rendering because we added this whole emissive thing to it? Oh yeah, because it's trying to use the emissive texture. Let me revert that change so you guys can see it actually working. Lit sprite. We had this whole fancy thing here for getting this emissive to work, and we're gonna make it happen. It's gonna happen. But it's weird that it defaults to like a pure white texture for the sampler. I wonder if there's a way to make it not that. Cause I don't like that at all. I want this to be something that is yeah, that like it goes, hey, there's no texture, so we're just gonna default it to the negative or the 0 values. In fact, I wonder, is there a way to like GL set initial or set default uniform value? No, not interested. Default value for uniform with the current default values. Yeah, I don't want to do it in the application. I just want to have a way in the shader to define, hey, linked all active uniforms belong to the program objects are initialized to 0, false for booleans. But what about samplers though? Because a sampler is that's what I care about. Set default sampler uniform value. Default values for samplers. Thank you, Cronus Forums. Be better to use the existing layout qualifier stuff. No, but I want it. No, that's about location. I don't want to deal with location. I just want to be like, hey, brother. Ooh. Can I? Okay, let's just try this out. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, we're gonna comment this out again. We're gonna bring these guys back in. And then we're gonna set the sampler for emissives to 0. Okay, it doesn't like that already. It already doesn't like that. And it doesn't render. Okay. So this guy was just proposing something. It's okay. I'm not brokenhearted or anything. Totally not brokenhearted. Also, this is killing me. Let me make this not bright real quick. On, please. For Chronos Group, thank you. I think I'm gonna have to actually set it in the CPU side, like set the default value. Okay, is there a way to set it with just a blank value? We're gonna have to do the thing. This is tragic. Breaks my heart. Maybe I'll just add like a texture, like a simple texture there and just use that. I prefer the term Android. I still have some biological components. Wouldn't that be Cyborg? Had a great job. I was trying to learn C++. Is it a real bot or AI person? I'm a real person. Oh no, for the moderator? No, okay. Cyborg Terrell. Boards for mouses. It's just a nice, convenient, like a vertical mouse. It's very good for the carpal tunnels. How long have you been programming? Like 15 years, roughly. Something like that. What do we got going on here? Some day-night colors. Okay, we're just going to do this. We're going to do a thing here, which is going to be setting default values for stuff. So in the renderer, we're going to go to emissive. Here, we're going to bring back this logic. This has nothing to do with anything. And we're going to go into Asprite. which say sprite. Here we go. I kind of like doing this vertical. It's easy to find. Like I'm not messing around. I just know where the thing is, and I can just select it. We're gonna make a new file. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna make a new file. It's gonna be super small, like 2 pixels by 2 pixels. We're gonna have one that's white, and then one that's black. Actually, we're gonna just make it black because that's the only thing we need right now. And then we can set this to be like, I don't know. It's a default texture. .png, and then we're just gonna set that for the emissive directly, like on loading anything. It's just gonna be like, all right, I don't know what this is, but we're just gonna set this value, and then if something actually has it, we'll provide that later. If I could exchange it for something else, I'm not sure what it would be. I'm pretty content with programming. Farming would be cool. I'd like to be good at farming or woodworking. I don't know. Or art. I like art. I'm pretty decent at it, but it wouldn't be bad to be extra good at it. Well, I guess for a job, it's not great in the advent of this terribly unethical AI stuff. Yeah, probably farming, man. I'll be down with that. Writing your own engine and tools, I guess just Googling. Like that's all I've done really is just Google. Yeah, like that's. I'm sorry, but that's good. It sounds dismissive. I'm not trying to be dismissive. It's just that's kind of. There's no one resource I've been going to. I guess like Chronos Group for OpenGL stuff. That's like documentation. As far as setting up your project, it's just a lot of Googling. What do you think about organoids? What's organoids? Is that some kind of new man-made horror? All right, 1 second, guys. I need to use the bathroom real quick. So as I use the bathroom, look at this. This is the coolest thing ever. This is the coolest thing ever. This is what today was all for. I can change this to be like, hey, the text now is gonna be, instead of Cozy Cabin Games, we're gonna say, I can say, hey, BRB using Daloo, and we could just run it. And now we got a screen, we got an overlay. Okay, this is, oh, I don't have lowercase support, do I? I forgot to update, I didn't change the texture. I didn't update the texture font. Okay, now I can just do this. Take 2. There we go. Using Daloo. Oh wait, the texture is not the main textures. I need to undo the thing I was doing because I didn't finish the implementation I had in mind. Let me do that real quick before going to the bathroom. No, we're gonna go to lit sprite. We're gonna comment this stuff out, and then we're gonna uncomment this, run it. Okay, does it do the thing? Yes, it does, using Daloo. And I can make this full screen. Nice. Before I go to the bathroom real quick, what was the question? I'm using Unreal Engine 5. Can I learn blueprints only for programming or just learn C++ from scratch? I'm going to use the bathroom, and I'm going to think about that. Let's do that. I'm going to use the bathroom, and then I'll come back to your question in a sec. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you. However, first stream of 2026, and guess what? Guess what, guys? Guess what? I forgot your question. You're gonna get to your question in a second. I'm probably not the most informed person to ask, but guys, do you see what I see here? We got to 10K subs right now. That's pretty gnarly. Thank you everyone for subbing, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching, guys. Let's go. That's kind of gnarly. I never thought this would get there. Anyways, thank you everyone who's subscribed and just been watching my streams and being there as I struggle against programming and failing. My sincerest thank you. Now, as for your question earlier, about, so the question is like, what do you want to learn specifically, or what do you want to do specifically, right? Do you want to do, let's start there. Do you want to be like a programmer is your main thing? Are you working like independently, like by yourself, solo deving, or are you working as part of a team and you maybe have to do that on occasions? I think that's an important consideration. I think C++ is also very different than just Unreal C++, but I think it's beneficial to learn it. But it really depends on that. Yeah, 3 screens are enough. That's why we have the wall of CRTs right here off screen. I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but we have a wall of CRTs that are there. 2 screens, 3 CRTs. We have more CRTs than actual screens. I'm not teaching C because we have not enough time. How cooked am I? I mean, just learn C on your, like, it's weird, but C is actually pretty simple. C is actually pretty simple. It's weird. It's simple, but it's also kind of not, and need more advanced stuff. But like, C is actually weirdly, it's very simple to learn the features of it, because there's not that many features. There might be something specific, like stuff aside for like GDB and then the compiler you use and stuff like that, but even then, that's not that crazy. IMAX screen too, just have in the background. I think there's a space for enough for one more camera. Maybe we'll have the face cam one day. Maybe we'll have the face cam going. Oh my goodness. Anywho. Done with the loo. Now we're back here. So we're at a crossroads because technically we've done the things we wanted to get done today as far as this is concerned. However, I almost want to go for extra credit here, and the extra credit could be, well, it's not only the emissive thing, but the extra credit thing would be making we could be working on implementing our own kind of material system for our little engine project, where we can like specify shader types. Like we're gonna have to have, first of all, we have to define a file type for this material system. So we can define like materials in its own like .map file or something like that, right? And then within this file specification, we have to define things like what type of shader we're using, what are going to be the uniform values, and things of that kind of nature. This is one option, is like we can make a file type. Another thing is we can just have like some kind of struct from it for particular types of material instances, or per shader specifically, actually, maybe. I don't know, I have to think about this a little bit, actually. There's a bit more to consider than what I'm thinking. Yeah, I am using a CRT. We are a small team, and all my team took easy things like 3D and animations, and they leave the programming for me, so I know the blueprint was made. was made it from C++. That's why I'm asking, should I learn? So here's the thing, right? What I've seen, and I'm not an Unreal developer. I don't work with Unreal. It's not my engine. What I've seen is that people will oftentimes write stuff in blueprints and then convert it to C++. Now, the question is like the scope of your game, because like the conversion from blueprints to C++ isn't necessarily really a performance consideration. I mean, there's some times where it's about performance. A lot of times it's more about maintainability and organization. Because like, I'm not sure if you've seen those crazy Unreal node graphs, Unreal blueprint graph production, like it gets gnarly. Oh, where's yeah, like like it gets really gnarly to the point where like blueprints, and this is my gripe with all node editors, is that like for simple things, sure, but the more complex your thing gets, the more unwieldy it seems, and the less intuitive it is, and the more intuitive per code is. So I would say is that, hey, just learn blueprints, because you could do a majority of the things I imagine you want to do are in blueprints, right? Depending on what kind of game you're doing. And then if you want to start having a bit more control, more conciseness in your code, or maybe just get better at programming, try converting your blueprints to actual C++ scripts in Unreal. I think that'd be a pretty decent way to try going about it. Yeah. Close this. That's cool. Now, yeah, that's from like last stream. Like the power for like, I can't get over it. Like everything I was doing had nothing to do with that, and it was just like, I was like, dude, nothing I'm implementing has anything to do with power or wattage or voltage or current. Like, why are we bringing this here? Why are you bringing this here? Anyways, so yeah, I think this is actually an important thing for me to kind of figure out, because it's like, all right, how do I want to work with this? What's the ideal for me, the developer who's gonna be using my engine? What do I want this to be? Do I want to be like, hey, Vim, I don't know, shader 2, or I don't know, ground something. Actually, I'll probably do .mat, and then in this file definition, we'd say like, hey, we're not giving the name. We'll give the shader type, which is gonna be like, hey, shader type. Oh, I know it's gonna be the cloud or ground shader or lit sprite. And here for this lit sprite, we know what things we need to use. So like, you know, we're gonna assume that, hey, we want to use, I don't know, texture ground. And then we know for this type of thing, there's also gonna be a normal map. So maybe we'll do like n ground, normal map ground, and then E for ground. And then maybe we have like a secondary texture or something. Ground 2 Bugaloo or something, right? So this format kind of assumes that you know the order things should be in. At the very least, it's still plain text, so you can provide the assets you want to have in here. This is cool, but honestly, if I'm gonna be defining a new type of material, I almost feel inclined to instead be like, hey, I'm gonna write a struct in CLion and have these properties here. Something like ground or something. And then like define these different properties in there. I almost feel inclined to add a little abstraction, like material. But no, that's not what I... Or, yeah, like something simple where it's like, hey, you're gonna have this void function called render. And you're just gonna set the things for your context in the geo window. Or maybe we don't do that. Maybe have like a static functions for these things. I don't know. Either way, we have to have some kind of way of defining the things that are gonna be used here. So I'd say like, hey, there's this texture here. Yeah, I'm trying to think how I want to define this stuff. In the simplest way. I mean, we're not going to have like that many materials in all honesty, so it wouldn't be the end of the world to be like, hey, I defined this struct, and we're going to have an enum for the type of struct. Like this is the enum for m underscore ground, and then like in the render function, we can have like this array or buffer for these types of things, and then do diverging function calls based off the enum type it is. Like that wouldn't be crazy, in all honesty. And heck, even the function could be the one that has information about what this is. So like, you don't even have to necessarily have this struct. You can just have like a buffer, fixed buffer for each entry, and then we know what to deal with. Because most of the stuff is going to boil down to a simple int. So that way it can be like packed, statically allocated, and we just index into it. That fits with the whole idea of like ultra cache coherency. Yeah, I'm working on an engine. What's happening? No, I'm defining how I want to handle materials in my engine. It's easy to organize for beginners like me. It's complicated. 3D rotation means changing A to B and B to A in all assignments. For what? Well, I mean, I really don't want to hit 1 million subscribers if I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like, honestly, guys, I do not want to get much bigger. Like, it's because the more eyes I get on this channel, like the more, like, it's just like, I know people who want a lot. I don't. There's a lot of, I still like having my personal life and my, some semblance of privacy, and I also like not having to be scared about, the things random people can do to you. I'd rather still stick with like a chill, small group. Small, chill group of people who are, on the same page as me, and just want to see some good old-fashioned game devin. It's annoying. Oh, commutative. Non-commutativity because I think you're describing in terms of quaternions and matrices and how operations are not commutative. I want no, not the royalties. I don't want bricks coming through my homes. I don't want the bricks coming through my home. The bricks with the royalties. Anywho, so yeah, I think that's might be how I go about this. Like if you go into the render module, render module, we have like these, like, we're doing this structure of arrays situation where we have this stack allocated or statically allocated size for all the different types of objects that are renderable in this game. I might end up doing something kind of like a AOSOA, array of structures of arrays. kind of, not really, but kind of. We're gonna have like this material thing, but this exists just to be like, hey, I'm just gonna be a container for a bunch of properties. And then what defines an individual material is gonna be the function you use for it. So we're gonna have like some kind of enum material types. And then from there, we're gonna have a thing like a static function for each type of material. So yeah, so we can like set things through here. I think that might be the way we go about doing stuff, if I'm gonna be real with you. And then over here it'd be like, let's say we have like some kind of const max material count. And it's like, I don't know, maybe you have 1,000 unique materials in a game. I'd be lucky if I get to like, I don't know, 20. Then you'd have like materials, and then materials max material count. Yeah, we're starting to go down this train of like converting this into C. We're gonna make this into C. Finding that Lie group algebra wasn't easy. What's a Lie group algebra? What's going on, game player? So these are materials, and then materials is what? What is it gonna contain? I can make it like a, because it's all gonna be integers. That's all you're storing. So I can do like an array of integers. Max uniforms, or max material uniform, and maybe it's like, I don't know, 10 for right now. Maybe one day we'll exceed it, but it's not a big, it's not that much data. We can have that, and it's just gonna be a bunch of like uints. Maybe we want to do ints. I don't know. And it's gonna be just properties, I guess. And that's all you exist to be. That's all you are. Oh, that's enum, my bad. Here you go. The only thing I don't like is that if we have these enums, it's gonna be like issue of, hey, you have to be aware of the type of material you're using, which I don't like. But maybe we can have like a void pointer for a void function pointer, or just have a function pointer with a simple signature, and just have like a thing here for. Or actually, we don't even have to do this here. This can be like application game specific things that would have this enum thing. Because all that matters is that the uniforms are set. That's all that matters. And you can set the uniforms before you even get into the render function. In fact, we're already doing that. So we can actually keep that just kind of decoupled. So material is just a container for all these uniforms that can be whatever data you want to have in there. I'm using ints though. That's the issue. Add ints. Because maybe I want to pass in things that are not just reference types, like textures or like for floats, for example. That's a thing we want to do. So maybe I just want to allocate like a bunch of bytes, and then we can cast it to whatever we want to, what kind of memory layout we want to have. Oh, can you do that? Can you just like I mean, I feel like you should, but can you just like allocate a fixed amount of bytes, and then whatever function you're calling for setting these properties, just like cast it to the structure you have in mind? Like that'd be kind of cool, actually, dude. That'd be pretty freaking cool. Because then, like, if you have a struct memory layout of like, I don't know, we have that ground, or I don't know, like a sphere. I don't know. A triplanar surface, right? Let's even use that example. Lit material. And it's packed in this way where you have like a float for, I don't know, texture. You have like an int for texture for the main text, and maybe an int for normals. And then maybe you have to pass in its world position, which would be like a float 3 in memory. And then maybe you have to have like another float 3 for like this direction of the sun, let's say. So sun direction. As long as it doesn't exceed this, can I just take this this byte, this array of bytes, and just like add the stuff in there? Void set. So we're gonna have a point to a block of bytes. A byte array. Actually it'd be, and then we don't want to have, you'd want to have like a chunk, and then you'd have the length. So it'd be like size, which is a known constant you can calculate, I think. Or yeah, we can for sure calculate it. But if we have like this byte, oh, I want to try this out, dude. I actually want to try this out. Multiple keyboard claps at once. Rigoda, yeah, they were sick, man. I love these guys. Great TVs. Praise the code. Let's go, dude. No, only praise God, man. But hey, code is pretty sick. Or computer mouse. I try to avoid the computer mouse. Have you assessed the assembly code? Not yet. But yeah, I can just do that, can I? Can I just take this byte, this pointer, this byte pointer, or I don't even do. I could just do a void pointer, even. It doesn't have to be a byte pointer. But I could just take this and be like, hey, try planar material is going to be equal to, and then we just cast it directly to try planar material from this chunk. Like, can we just do that? Let me do that. Don't be lame. I can do that. So I can like define materials in my code base. I don't have to use a file format or something. I could just say, hey, I want to have this type of shader or this type of material. That's gonna be like this shader, this boom boom bat, like int shader. Bro, I feel like this feels like this feels like some mad scientist stuff. I love this. I mean, it's kind of like a memory arena almost. Like I'm just allocating like this block of memory, and then you're gonna initialize this with whatever. You're gonna repurpose that block of memory to be whatever you want it to be, and then like you're off to the races. So there's a triplanar material. I can just like get the values, cast it to this, and then get the values I want from it, and then get the values I want from it, and then set it in the shader, and then it's good to go. Though it means that so materials are gonna have to have their own like setters for properties. So I have to do like, if I do, for example, void like if I do void set float, Because now we have these two states of material properties, material uniforms. We have the state of it in the GPU, and then we have the state of it in the CPU. So like, this is cool though. I like this. Now there you go, doses. Hopefully it pops up. Panther, are you just saying stuff, man? All good doses. So I'm not like I mean, I kind of like this, honestly. I actually really just kind of like this. Cause it's helpful then, cause like I don't have to. So on the level side though, there is still an issue though of setting and linking these variables together, because it's like, all right, cool, we have a definition of this particular material on the CPU side on runtime, but like from loading the file, how do we know? Like, sure, I can say, hey, this is an instance of the triplanar material. I guess that's just what we do. Like, instead of setting the texture and all this stuff, what we do instead is like, hey, here's the object that we're trying to load, and then you set the material, triplanar, whatever, triplanar surface or something, or triplanar lit surface. And then, but then it kind of sucks for you, because then you have to like, if I'm doing it through this, I'm gonna have to actually manually set these properties in here. I have to be like, all right, now I have to remember these properties. Let's do that. The other thing I have that I can do is, instead of having this be a plain text readable scene file, I can make this be a byte thing. And then we say, yeah, a human is never gonna read this. We're only gonna modify our game through our level editor. That is an option. I like the plain text version of this though, because I can easily go into a level and modify stuff like from terminal, which is I always enjoy. So I don't think I want to do that, but it just means that if I do this triplanar lit surface, I'm gonna have to specify these properties. So this gets shuffled around. Where we specify, hey, material, and then like, okay, this is going to be layer 4 for the main. We know we need to have that. And then we have to specify the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And then there's information that's also going to be set on runtime as well. Like in their example here for the triplanar thing, like sure, we know what type of shader and what type of main and this is going to be, but we don't know these. This is a runtime specific thing. The sun direction can change, the roll position of this entity can change. So on instantiation, there's some basic stuff that's gonna be known, like this shader. Like we know if we're using this triplanar material, we know for a fact we're using like, you know, a triplanar shader, whatever. Coding OS, no, coding engine right now. Just joined a minute ago and just curious as to what you're coding. So I figured out a lot of things for my game. Let me show you for this game engine. And in fact, it's kind of fun working on this overlay because it's a very simple thing, and yet it's kind of it's exposing me to just, hey, there's some critical things about your engine you should have before you start working on a bigger project. So if I run this, you'll see that oh yeah, I said the placeholder text. You see that we have textures and materials shaders rendering objects, and there's shader properties that are set, and there's a day-night cycle, and things are cool. And this is fine if we stick with our baseline assumption that, hey, there's only a few shaders, and all of them are only going to have one texture. And they don't really need anything special to them. That changes though when I want to add an emissive texture to this. I could easily add an emissive texture in a very gross way, but I'm thinking about, okay, how do you want to set new uniforms to our shaders in a way that is dynamic and can be flexible for the future games I make, right? And I've been kind of thinking and kind of architecting how I'd want to go about defining this material system. If I want to, like, first of all, how I interface with it. Is it a plain text format that I write to, or is it something that's purely in the code? And second of all, how we're going to have it integrated and how do you interact with it as far as the CPU is concerned. Because the simplest thing I could do, and I almost already have it implemented, I think, is having like a set emissive thing here, and then we set some arbitrary texture slot for it, and then it just does the thing, and it's bound to the GPU, and then we get to go. That's fine, we can do that. But I want to make this much more flexible for more intensive things, which is why I'm thinking about this memory arena thing and this kind of block of memory thing for materials. Because I don't want to, Jig. I use game engines for other things. I'm not a stranger to game engines. I've worked with game engines. The thing is, game engines, and I say this all the time, but here's the thing. Game engines are tools meant to be used by the mass majority of people. So it works pretty decently for most people, but does not fit anyone particularly like a glove. For me, I want to have a game engine that's fit to do exactly the things I want to in the way I want to, and the workflow that I like working with. So as you see, I have Vim, and I like interacting with my editor like this. And if I go to the other engine project I have, Projects at Cozy Engine, new window. And hopefully this runs, because I think I did some stuff. I want to be able to interact with the editor like this, where I have Vim motions, and I can easily say, hey, I want to add a block here and a block here, and then other things like that. And hey, maybe this should be a floor. So let's do this. Because keep in mind, I'm a solo developer, right? For the most part, I operate solo. So the more efficient I can work in the context, the greater the boon is for me. And likewise, the more friction there is to operate in any of these contexts as a level designer or whatever, the less I can get done and the less efficient I am. So like, having a tool that's meant for me and works exactly the way I want it to work. What editor this is the editor I wrote. This is for my engine. This is a version of my engine, a very early version of it. And but yeah, like you get the idea. Like this is, I get to write a tool and engine that works the way I want to work with. What's up, Mastercrafter? It's been a while, man. Yeah, I'm using Sea Lion. And then there's also the other thing of just like, hey, I want to be independent from other companies and be at their whim. So that's one part of it. There's also this kind of ideological thing of, hey, I want to make programs that are lean and are very efficient with your machine. I don't care if memory and processing power have gotten faster and bigger over the years. I still want to write an application that respects your hardware and uses what it can very efficiently. And even like a moderately well-programmed program or well-made program, I think is better than super abstracted and generalized stuff. So that's why I'm working on an engine, and that's why I want to eventually hop ship to it. And of course, there's the final underlying benefit of like, hey, this makes me a better programmer. So even if I go back to a game engine, I have a way better understanding of some of the low-level things that's going on there, and I can make it do things that most people normally can't do because they haven't worked at this level. Not levels like, oh, I'm so smart. I mean like level as in like you don't work with like the rendering stuff directly or any of this other stuff, right? So you have other ideas that normally you wouldn't consider because you think, hey, maybe the engine's not capable of doing that. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on here, man. Or at least that's why I'm doing this, and why I'm considering these different avenues. Definitely not as cool as refrigerated glass milk. You can't program without a glass of milk, which I'm kind of sad because I got a little box of Reese's Puffs right here, Reese's Puffs, but I don't got no milk down here. I only got water. Oh, and it's not exchange of control over speed. Like, you're paying a fixed cost up front, yeah, but once you pay that cost up front, then your ability to move and create is way faster. It's just a matter of paying that upfront cost. If the only examples you can think of is this, what is this stuff? And the engine, then it doesn't sound like you know what you're. What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean? Anyways, so how do we want to design materials and how do we want to architect how this works? The more textures you have, the more. What do you? I don't think that's the case, man. I think every game I work on, I have to make a new set of textures. Not even 39 secs. All right, Nathan, you sound like a very unhappy person, and it seems like you don't want to be here anyway, so I'm going to do both of us a favor, man, and I'm just going to say bye-bye. So anyways, we need to design how we're going to architect. We're going to design how we're going to architect materials. Am I going to do that? Do I really want to do that? Shadow Realm. This has implications. I'm thinking, like, I almost feel like this sounds weird, but I almost want to make like a Yoinka version of this engine that's meant only for managing materials. Or is this an editor level editor thing? Nowadays, like 7 out of 10 companies are just taking the easy choice and using Unreal Engine 5, which, yeah, it's cool, but all games now look similar and they lose. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, that's why, like, it's cool. Like, even in a game engine, you can write your own rendering or lighting pipeline so that you can have things drawn in a very different way so it feels different. Like, you can use engines and get something that's different so it looks distinct. It's just more effort. But, you know, that's the thing that people are not super about. I need to... Because I like this memory arena idea, but I'm still struggling to figure out how we're going to have this be done unless we just tie materials to instances where, like, the materials for sure know what type of texture they're going to be using. So when we design our struct, like, I don't know, our triplanar mat, whatever it was. We define our triplanar mat. No, that sounds lame though, because you're gonna have a bunch of things that are very similar but slightly different, and you're gonna have to make a new struct for each one. That sounds gross. I'm not gonna do that. Then yeah, I think we're gonna do the thing, man. I have no idea about game dev, but is it really the engine's fault for identical games or just a game slot for money? Well, it's kind of tied. I mean, at the end of the day, it's effort, right? Because you can use a game engine and have something that looks radically and visually distinct. So it's not the engine's fault. But if everyone's using the same engine and they don't want to put that extra effort to have something that looks different, then you end up with things that look very samey. I mean, and part of that's art direction as well too, because it's not about more technically impressive. But yeah, I don't know. I think like we can categorize it as just an effort issue, but I think beyond that, there's different subcategories of it. Sometimes like, hey, this group does not want to write their own shaders, so they just use the default shaders from Unity and or Unreal or whatever. So you end up having things that are very, very, they look very much stock Unity or Unreal, and you can just tell just based off looking at it. Or they're going to be just like either inexperience or just a lack of direction by an art director, whoever's acting as an art director in your game project, and you end up with something that doesn't look very distinct, which is not a technical issue. That's a artistic direction kind of thing. So it's like it's a lot. This breaks down to a lot of different facets. Okay, what we're gonna do, because I'm not sure how I want to design this. I think for the render module, I think we're gonna just use the set texture emissive for right now. And let's just see if this works in the first place. Oh, I know why we're doing that, because yeah, in the shader for what was it? For the lit sprite surface, if there's a field that doesn't have an emissive texture, it's defaulting to white, I'm assuming. So you end up with a surface that's incorrect, when in reality you want it to default to not. So you have to have some way in the CPU, like on the CPU side, to like understand, hey, what values have been set and which values have not been set, and if there's a value or a uniform that hasn't been set, provide like a default option for it. I think that's what I was. That's why I was going through this material tangent thing. Actually, this is fake. What part is fake? Like the CRT? I don't know, man. Either way, though, there's where is this? Is it the shader? No, this is not. No, we're looking for. No, it is. Oh, wrong. This is the wrong project. This is the project I'm looking at. Lit Sprite. Here we go. And then here's the block I was talking about. I'm sorry. Can you do the thing? So if I comment this out, and we're gonna make this a single line because simplicity. And you run the application. Did it not run? It did not run. It is not happy. The application is not happy. If I return this, okay. Oh, because I set color here, I think. Yeah. So albedo emissive, then we do the mix between it. Yep, and then we run it. So as you see here, this is no longer subject to the lighting we have for the environment. And that is because we have this emissive mix here that's going on. And because of that, this is defaulting to white. That means you can't just slap to a shader and not set it, or else it's going to mess up the visuals. Which means, and this is how it looks normally. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to do this. Return it back, run it. And as you see, as it goes to daytime, all of a sudden this is now subject to lighting. The cabin actually looks like it's in darkness and everything. That's cool. So, yeah, we have to have some way on the CPU side of like saying, hey, this doesn't have a uniform, so we have to set this texture to be a black texture instead. that's the kind of thing we're finagling right now. And in doing so, it means that we also have to like start defining the structure of our materials or our shader properties and uniforms, which is why we're having this whole conversation about the render module and how we're going to handle these render properties, which is why we had this whole thing defined here for like, hey, you can initialize with a chunk. So that's the stuff we have in mind. Are you really making an engine? Yeah, this has been an ongoing project for a while, EG Sports. Like Valorant and some AAA games are different, I feel, I guess, but same UA feel. 5, yeah. Faster brainer, more suave. It's real, very cool. Thank you, Terrell. So what's going on, Dorshan? Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. Do you speak when coding off stream? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I usually am kind of just in my brain. Sometimes if there's something that's perplexing me, I have to like actually articulate it out. I think articulation does help me. But in general, I don't talk off stream much. Okay, so in this example, we're talking about a specific uniform type for the material. So yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna leave this as is right now, and we're gonna think about this a little deeper later, because I really don't have a clear vision for this. I have notes of what this can be, like having structs for particular types of materials, and then ways of setting the particular instance of that, and then having, like, I think I'm gonna do this thing for sure. In fact, like, we're not gonna even do a material. I think we're gonna just have like a fixed block of memory. Like, how many bytes are gonna make? Max material count, max material uniforms. Yeah, no. I mean, we don't have the count, but max material block in bytes, and we're gonna do like, I don't know, size of char times like like you can have 1,000 floats, let's say, or 100 floats for a material property. Feynman technique is great. Yeah, it helps out. Yeah, it definitely helps out. It's important to kind of articulate it, especially when things feel very like not clear. Sometimes it's helpful to diagram a little bit as well, but so we have this fixed size of bytes. We have, instead of doing this, we're gonna do like a void pointer. Or let's do a byte. We're doing a byte array. Yeah, array of bytes, and it's gonna be max material count times material block bytes. So it's gonna be like the number of materials times the size of each block, and then and how many bytes we're gonna be allocating here. And then like heck, we don't even have to make a struct for this stuff. Like, you can make a function like void set triplanar props, let's say, or set surface. It'll take in a byte pointer, and then it can do. It can. Oh no, you want to have. You still want to have a struct though for like the type of material you're going to be doing. So you can have like a triplanar surface, and then like you can specify the stuff you want to have there. So if you want to have like a float, in fact, let's make this more specific. Lit sprite. So you have a struct for lit sprites, and this is gonna have what? Texture info for the main texture. Maybe a texture info for what? For the emissive. And then maybe something else here, right? And then within this block, you can have like a lit sprite pointer and its material, and then you're gonna do like this. Cast this to that. My goodness. Come on. I need to do some Mavis Bacon to teach us typing. And then you can like access the emissive field and then set it and whatnot. I like this actually. I think what's gonna end up happening is just that I'm gonna have to like, for every material property I specify in the level file, I'm just gonna have to remember the layout of it and just do that. So like, hey, I know for a fact if I'm doing like a lit sprite, I need to find, hey, you're gonna use layer 4 and then emissive. I think I have like this naming convention for layer 4. So you have like the base, the albedo, you have this. Now the question is, what do we do in this scenario, right? Where we provide, not only this scenario where there's no emissive, but then there's us follow-up values. Like maybe we have something like, hey, I don't know, maybe we provide a override for alpha. So what do we do then? Maybe I can add tags. How do I avoid this becoming a JavaScript? I mean, I might end up having to do that, but I can do something simple like, hey, this is albedo, and then, hey, this is the normal or emissive. And then anything else is like, all right, you're using this specified thing. Yeah, the fact that I want to keep this human readable is kind of what's killing me here. I join on your working in a different language. It's fun though, Cornelius. That's how like you keep things spicy. Like I could be working on Fight and Flight right now. I could be doing that and finish up this game in 3 weeks project. But you know what? I need time to think, to ruminate, to consider. So, yeah. We're living in C++ land for right now. Because I like to live. I like to enjoy myself. Now, what can be done here? Or I can... This might be a cringe thing to do. I can add, like, instead of tagging, I can just add, like, a nil operator. Like, hey, we're going to have this universal thing that's going to be like, hey... this means no, there's no value for this, and then you can add your value. Maybe that's just what I do. Maybe that's how we live life. I'm gonna have to write a new, I have to update the level parser though then to do that. But that's fine. I think this makes more sense. Define the type of material we're using, and then define everything else. And then within this block, we have to like specify, like if we're saying, hey, this can be this, we have to specify like the type of shader we're using. So this is aware of the type of shader we're using. Like we have to have, in fact, we can bake this stuff into here already. That was kind of extra overhead, I think. Unneeded overhead. Because texture info is like a lot. All we really need is the GL texture ID. I don't think I'm gonna be getting this from here. So fundamentally, we'd have like uint shader shader program ID, and we know the type of shader this is going to be. So maybe we just kind of keep it fixed. Shader? No. Shader? No. Shader program, and then we got texture infos. We have main, we have emissive. That's not the two things, main things we need. We have the normal. Maybe I'll do that eventually one day. Maybe I won't, and just rely on my dynamic calculated normals. Who knows? Yeah, because we don't need oh, this is gonna have a lot of ramifications though. But in here we have like an input for texture, info, albedo, and then texture, info for normal, and then so on and so forth. We can assign these values directly to like, hey, main is going to be equal to albedo, and then emissive is going to be equal to whatever emissive is. Did I not pass it? No, I didn't. I only have a normal one. The whole point of this is the emissive texture. So maybe I'll just simplify this for right now. And get rid of normal for the time being. But that way we have like a solid layout on GL for how these uniforms are going to be laid out in memory. And then when it comes to, we not only set the values there, but we can also set the stuff like GL use program, and then we'll have the shader. I don't know, we're going to take a render ticket, I think. So we do ticket dot program ID, and then we set the things we need to set. So like the, because floats are easy, but the textures you have to actually like specify what slot they're in, if it's 0 or 1 or whatever. So if we go down to here, where we have set texture. Oh, I didn't even yoink it. I started doing something and then I just stopped. Oh, set emissive texture. Here we go. You have to like. Actually, one second. What happens here? Oh, because every single frame we reassign it. We're not caching it. Yeah, that's something we have to do. See how we do this. Though honestly, we have like this general, we can extract these set floats and set int properties into like static things and just use that. Yeah, that becomes more simple in some ways. Because then we can be like, all right, we know for the main albedo it's going to be 0, but then we know for emissive it's going to be 1, and that may not be the case for other things. What if the semicolons replaced with omega? What are you all doing in horizontal chat? See, this is why I can't ever go to Twitch, man. It'll be too much for you, Terrell. It'll be too much for you, man. Yeah. This is tedious. I think what I'm going to do, no matter what, is make this... create program. Where is the set function? Yeah, I think no matter what, we're gonna have, because this is largely, like, this could be static for all we care, and it's gonna work fine. Like, this does not get inhibited by that. So we can have it in for texture slot and then do a switch for this. And then do like, all right, texture slot, and then I need to configure this. Show context option. Can you generate the fields? Oh, you don't generate the fields. I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know what type of data type this is. It's like a specific hex value. I don't know what it's expecting though. Alright, anyways. We can just do this here for texture location slot 0, and then so on and so forth for 2 and 3 and whatever. Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing here. Because this can be specified from this texture slot variable. So that simplifies things a little bit. This is also just a universal thing, so we don't have to even specify that. So the only thing that diverges is just the particular GL. I hate that C++ does this thing. Or at least that C-line does this. I like keeping it within the scope. But yeah, we can set this to be like, alright, this is a total number of textures a texture can have. Oh, I skipped one a little bit there, didn't I? I kind of like this actually. Yeah, it's OpenGL. How to master a programming language? Just time and doing stuff, man. Like working on non-trivial projects, work on like long-term stuff that are complex. You're gonna be forced to learn stuff. If you can, also be surrounded by people or find someone who's much more knowledgeable about you. That's a great way to start learning about stuff. You can also just read documentation about your language of choice. But beyond that, like I don't feel like I've mastered any language. So I don't really think I can give the best advice on this. If I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, I'm gonna move this function out. In fact, I'm gonna move all these functions out because they're all like very independent stuff that can just be static. If I'm gonna be real with you. Oh, this one's not, but that's okay. We can make it static. Shader program, nope. Okay, everything's static here. Now we can move them out. And just break our application. Why not? That way it appears before this. So I can set things like properties here. Or maybe this would be a downstream thing anyways. Maybe I should just keep it a downstream thing. Oh, I never... Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is just an idea of how this implementation might look like, or it's probably going to look like. I'm going to I'm legitimately thinking that this is gonna be how I do stuff. So I'm gonna try this out. I'm gonna move this into an actual application-specific class, and see where that goes. All good, Zashi. I'm glad that helped you out in some way. Special about this engine? Well, it's just made for me. It's made for me. I can do like my VimMotion stuff for the level editor, and it is meant to be very easy for me to work with. To be very anti-mouse. Also be very lean. Sorry, I need to grab a snack, guys. Yeah, it's also meant to work, well, it's like pixel art, pixel stuff. Or 2D games, or 2.5D games, that's the real thing. 2.5D kind of 2D planes, 2D sprites in like 3D worlds. That's kind of the thing I like doing. And then eventually I want to have better interop with Aseprite. Not yet, King Day. I've been working on my game engine. I'm going to switch back to that game in 3 weeks project soon. And get it done did. I'm taking some time for a second just to think about it though. Think about what I want to have done did on it. What the vision is. What the vision is going to be, man. Any good Python boot camps? I don't know any boot camps, dog, if I'm gonna be real with you. Okay. So this is gonna be a more downstream thing I'm gonna have to create. Which is, and I'm probably gonna make it like a massive class for this. But that's okay. I need to think about dependencies though. Who's gonna need this at what? Yeah, don't do boot camps if you want experience. Yeah, no, none of the programmers I know who are very knowledgeable and who even didn't have a background in programming did boot camps. Coding's all about building a team to get full projects done. I mean, coding specifically is just honestly, coding could just be boiled down to, hey, have a goal to do something and then find the knowledge to do it. You're not going to have the knowledge for everything. I don't have the knowledge for everything. But you better get good at searching up information and trying to integrate it. The better you are at doing that, the more you can start navigating difficult stuff. What's going on, Lee? Leo. Yeah, I need to think. Well, let me go to my garbage main with all the wacky usings. Where is the easy place to define this stuff? Well, I think it's actually pretty relatively fine. Yeah, we're not gonna save that because it's gonna brick things. We should probably like we should make a branch because I'm gonna make some breaking changes and this may or may not pan out, and this is all just to have better. I could get emissives working, but it's gonna be in the bad way. I want to do things the right way, the good way. Yeah, so we're gonna be a little cowardly today. And by cowardly, I mean actually responsible for once. We're gonna make a new branch. Material rework. Git checkout, material rework. Yep. to do this? I keep forgetting. There we go. And what branch are we on? Does it say, or is it just too high up here? Okay, good. Sweet. Okay. And now the crazy things change. Because we're gonna have to break our level parser. We're gonna have to break the way we read levels. And I'm not even sure if this is gonna be the way. But screw it, man. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? We're gonna do materials. Load this bad boy up. Close this here. Bring it downtown. Undo it. Nice. And then let's put this in a part of the application that should actually have some information. No, not here. It needs to exist after these things have been defined. Shader, sprite props. That's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna clean this up at some point. Yeah, session data should have all the different dependencies built at that point. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, then I'm gonna do. No, not math utilities. No. There we go. Okay, and then reload CMake project. Sir, okay, sir, sorry, sir. No, you don't have to be sorry. You don't have to apologize to me. I'm not sure why you're apologizing. What's going on, Roberto? We don't know. We search. We forget. We search. Search is the core. Yeah, that's how you get better at things, man. You just keep searching, and eventually you start. And then, like, you get peripheral knowledge about the stuff. That's very helpful. Yeah, I mean, it's also like, if you're, it's kind of bad for academic settings, right? Because in academic settings, they place a specific goal for you and a specific time, and there's repercussions for not meeting it. So you're very goal-oriented alone, which can suck because it doesn't oftentimes lend itself to curiosity and taking time, the extra time to learn about the stuff peripheral to it. Whereas like with personal projects, I'm fine with like taking, you know, a beat to like go on this rabbit hole of like, all right, let's look at pthreads, or let's look at how this ASCII stuff does, and then what is this Linux header file? What does it do, and how does it differ from like the standard cross-platform version? And it's like, all right, cool. You start building up this baseline of peripheral knowledge, and that peripheral knowledge is helpful for tackling problems that may be very niche and not very, you know, well known or trodden. Yeah, so we're not going to do this. Instead, we're going to do set texture, and then we're going to be setting our, yeah, we need to include a render. Yeah, we have the render ticket there. Cool. We have our ticket. We have texture, the name. So in this case, it'll be sprite props. Do I have an emissive prop? No, I don't. This is purely for sprite shaders. So now I have to do like 0_emissive, which we should probably make a static thing for that too at some point, but we'll do that later. And then we have our, actually I'm doing things wrong. U underscore emissive 0. And we'd pass in our emissive texture renderer. Why are you unhappy? Because it expects everything to be const. That's annoying. Actually, one second. Whatever. Or are you unhappy? Do I have to make these reference set types? How do I assuage you? Render ticket. Is that the, wait. What is this? We pass in the render ticket, name, and then the texture. And that's what we're doing. The texture info. I don't even know what Unity does. That's a game engine project, guys. Well, if you have a lot to learn, then don't rush it. Just enjoy the process. It's literally, like, it sounds cliche, but you have to actually enjoy programming. Like, you have to start finding what is enjoyable about programming. Because if you don't enjoy it intrinsically, like, I find it's going to be very hard. At least for me, I only got this because I started enjoying it. I grew to really enjoy programming. And I think if you don't enjoy programming, it's going to be very difficult and tumultuous. I don't know what's going on here. Because I have this property. These are all consts. Doesn't need to be cast to a GL. I think this should be implicitly castable to a GL pointer though. Oh, and then this slot. I forgot about this. So in our case, we're gonna set emissive to be slot 2. All right, we're good here. Okay, we're good now. I was like, all right, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna move this to a static thing, but we'll do that eventually. All right, enjoy the project. Exactly, man. And I mean, the thing is, like, all right, if your goal is just to get good at programming to get a job, let's say hypothetically you get that job. Cool, you're in there now, and you're getting the money you probably wanted, hopefully. What motivates you to keep learning more and more, and exploring more and more, and diving into more niches, and learning new frameworks, or not frameworks, maybe learning new paradigms, or, you know, what, this or that, right? Like, if you're not intrinsically motivated by this, then, like, what propels you forward to keep learning and growing on it? That's my take, at least. Yeah, these are known slots. And then I guess if you have a weird material that has unique stuff, then, like, you can specify extra things here. That's not going to be part of this memory layout. I guess you can specify const here. So for that, you can use that for, like, the one-off fields. If you really don't want to, I don't know though. I think I might, for the basic stuff, I think, like, for one-off specific things, maybe I can do that, or maybe I just type it right here. But yeah, this is what comes to mind. Okay, so we have this. No, it's gonna be set lit sprite material, and in this, we're given a block of memory from the render module. Interesting. What information do I have in the render ticket? We have just a general index. I don't know why we have these frag and vert IDs. We're not using that. So we have set lit sprite material. We're providing a block, assuming that the block is correct. Though honestly, I'd almost rather be like, hey, we get it ourselves. Block. Instead, we're provided a render module, a reference to it. And we do render dot. See, this is why I like treating things like C instead of C++. Everything is public. Even the things intended to be private, it's publicly accessible. Screw it. Shader programs, reserved programs, day-night texture. No, I don't want to have this stuff. I want to get the materials. Yeah, materials. And then how do we do the math to get the right size? So we have like render dot index. We have an index. No, we have a ticket index, and based off the index, we're gonna multiply by the size of the render, which I think, or material slot, which I think in this case. No, I don't want to go there. I'm gonna go to render. We have it defined as like material block bytes. Oh, perfect. We already have a thing for that. Material block bytes. And then that's just the pointer. So that's how we calculate it. Which means we have to have the render ticket first before we have this stuff. Interesting. How many years till finished? For this, like, we're basically almost done with the functionality we wanted. The material thing's like a nice extra credit thing. As for the game, I don't know. I haven't started making a game in this engine. I started making a game, but I think I have another idea for a game I want to make in this engine. So we're gonna see how long that takes, because I haven't even there's not even a fully fledged like elevator pitch for it. Or actually, there's a few games I have ideas for, but as for the Game in 3 Weeks project, I'm on day 14 for that game. We're gonna get back to it soon. I only count days as like days I stream and work on it. I try not to work on it off stream. So usually you're seeing the like 99% of the process of that game. So we're gonna find out in what 14 minus 21 in 7 days. We'll see what happens. Don't tell exact deadline. Yeah, we don't do deadlines. I'm tired of. I've crunched many times for projects, and I don't like it. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I think we can make a game that's pretty clear defined. Recycle some well-known game design structures for it. I want the focus to be more on the technical, not on the game design. So I'm gonna use something that's already. I'm just gonna do Final Fantasy 1, like basically my own Final Fantasy 1 or Dragon Quest 3. Pretty much what I want to do with this engine. So we access the stuff. Now the question is, how do we access? So we have like the setting of the material properties here. This is cool. This is good. Now the question is, how do we hook this up for the initial thing? And I think we have to go to the level read write file to do stuff here, because we have this basic thing, not basic. We have a simple format, right? And now we're breaking it in a certain way. We're doing process line and then yada 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 yada. Index. Da, 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 da. Okay, cool. So we have this type for string where we find out what type of entity we're getting. That's not going to change. We read. Once we know the type of entity we're getting, we go from here and we read some fixed properties. So we know for a fact that, hey, we want to know its position. So we read we parse the float 3. Next, we parse a string. This string is different now. It's no longer going to be the texture name. It's instead going to be the material name. And then here, things get even weirder because now, because materials are going to have different memory layouts, based off the material name, we're supposed to find out, we need to have a specific parse function for that material to construct the things we need to construct. So, I think the structure I've actually defined could work pretty well for that, in all honesty. Because as far as type of materials we have, which is just like a collection of like the vertex shader, and like it's just a definition of the shaders we're using and then any uniform data that's going to be there, like the layout of it, right? So we can have multiple different types of instances with different value types. So we can defer this into its own. Something interesting's afoot here. Because level read write, where is it in terms of the main.cpp? Where is level read write defined here? Here is it defined. And where is our material stuff? Oh, it's actually above, I think. Yeah, it's above, it's right here. So we can actually define a simple function. Like this is for setting the properties. We can make something for like, you know, creating an instance lit sprite. Load from string. You provide a string instance. And then it's going to do the things it needs to do, and it's going to return an instance of itself. Is this coding? Yeah, we're coding right now. This reminds me, if any game could come back, which game would it be? Mine would be Angry Birds. Oh, yeah, that's a classic. From the iPhone era. Question: so shaders are basically telling the GPU how to draw a color on top of a certain surface. Yes. Well, that's a fragment shader specifically, but shaders aren't what tell the GPU to draw those surfaces. Those would be done with the graphics languages. Well, but the shaders aren't what tell the GPU to draw those surfaces. So that's done in the CPU. The CPU tells the GPU to draw a surface, right? So the CPU, on the CPU side, you tell it, hey, I want to draw this thing, and then you provide the information, and then it's going to go through its pipeline, and it's going to call a number of different functions. A fragment shader is what actually does the drawing, like the code for drawing stuff, right? And a vertex shader is what sets, like, hey, here's where the vertices are and how it's going to appear and everything, like with the positions of the vertices, as well as the data that's going to be piped from the vertex shader to the fragment shader. And there's other types of shader passes too, like there's geometry stuff and whatnot, but the simple gist is that And then GLSL or HLSL, whatever your shader language is just the type of language you're using to write these shaders. So you have, I'm using GLSL. That's the OpenGL's shader language, right? And I use that for both my fragment shaders as well as my vert shaders. So it's just a language for defining those things. Oh, I forgot. This is not C#. You could just do this. And then this data should be like blittable. So I think I'm gonna return by copy and it should be fine. Lit sprite, shader program ID, whatever. Do I want to make this hard coded? I don't know. It should be actually, because we know what it's supposed to be. Oh, brother. But apparently it's a debugging process, not the best. Well, debugging any shader, like you can't, like in programming on a CPU, you can, if you run into an issue, you can do like cout, right? Like you just print out, or you have your printf function or whatever your print function or logging function is in your language. You can just do that and pass in the variables and see what's going on. With shaders, is not the same thing. You don't have any kind of standard out like that. So you have to kind of debug it visually or see if you can get any messages from your graphics API or graphics library. So you got to feel, okay, what exactly is the error here? Now here you go, Danielle. So the data that's stored in materials is not as simple as I would have expected it to be. But maybe it is. Because we have this load for string, we're going to be constructing some type of lit sprite here. And but there's functions from this level load that I think are just helpful to have. In fact, let me go to level read write. So in here, can I do material? Let's reload CMake. Can I do materials? Yep, they have access to these functions. Cool. That means it's not going to have function to these parse string things though. So I can't do, for example, parse strings because the way it's built is out of order. I should just do the if-def thing and allow circular dependence for functions. Good night, fellow goblins. You have a go, man. Great Python code, brother. That's hilarious. Okay. There's a lot of massaging, code massaging I have to do. I'm just gonna... There's one thing I also want to do before I do something else. I have this thing where it's a pain to build this to other machines because my libs, for specifically math.foo, are all based off of Git. And they have like this whole Git thing and they don't like save stuff. So I'm just gonna get rid of it and just have access to everything that's in here. So we're just gonna do rm/rf.git and then rm.rf. Actually, .git ignore. Because I'm tired of having to go to projects and have to re-clone it, and this is the whole thing, man. And Python, which might be interesting to try out, I would not want to do that, but by all means, you guys may try it. I'm not a Python guy, and I don't especially want it for graphic stuff. Suddenly a peak game? Well, let's see, man. Let's see if I can even make a peak engine. Let's see if I can finish something actually in 2026. We started so many projects in 2025. Let's try finishing a game in 2026. Hey, thank you, boss. I'm glad you're able to find me again, Boss Corner. Used to split key, but like a few weeks. The split key is not that bad. The Vim motions is what's weird for me, or what was weird to transition to, but we get there. I find it odd that this is not including. Interesting. Yeah, it's not including any changes from lib, so maybe it's something configured outside of that. Oh well, I just have to throw this project back in there. That sucks though. It's annoying to have to set up the project like that. I'm gonna make my own math library. I'm just gonna not use MathFoo. We'll get there eventually. C++ coder, let's go. C++ coders rise up. Okay, where is the... Here we go. Invalid VSTS root mappings. Does this run at least? Please tell me you run. You don't. You build failed. Darn you, Dinkelberg. Yeah, TR2 few arguments. Yeah. I know. That's not a... That's a problem with me, because I realize that there's like a circular dependence between the things we have here versus I might even just move this into its own like string utilities. In fact, I'm just gonna do that. Touch string utilities dot H. And then all these string functions, we're going to be yoinking them to be standard things here. Is that it? Parse string. Yeah, I'm probably going to do more advanced stuff here, but this is going to be good enough for right now. String utilities.h. In fact, the C propaganda continues onwards, because we're just going to be structuring this like C. No class, just globals. It's going to be great. Yep. Random guy here. I know absolutely nothing about any of what you're doing, but heck, man, the nostalgia of seeing your PC and older setup got me to pause, but listening to you learning clicks and stuff. An older sounding keyboard and the fireplace sound is... I'm glad, man, you like it, man. And I actually have a real old keyboard, but I haven't been using them lately because it's a little strong on my fingers, but I'll bust out the IBM from 1985 sometime soon. Okay, come on. Do the thing, use standard string. No, not that. Include string. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's annoying. I have to do standard string for everything though. Do I have that? Did I do it differently in level read write? Because we use string all the time. Oh, you know what? Maybe because this project, we haven't added it to our main.c++. That's okay. So in here, we can put it up here because it's everything that's independent is going to go here. string there you go. Okay, and then you're not happy. Why are you not happy? I don't want to do that though. I refuse to do that. Using string equals. Please let me do that. Yes. Life is good. Life is good. On YouTube, from what I understand, the difference between C and C++ is the C++ has classes, but I don't know the actual depth. So I'll show you. There's actually a lot of difference between C and C++. There's a lot of differences between it. The simple highlights, though, between C and C++ is that in C, one major thing, right, is that in C, how do we do this? There's no namespacing. Actually, let's okay. In C, you only have structs, right? And structs only contain information. That's all they do. They contain data. That's all structs do. In C++, you have structs and classes, and there's a lot of differences there. Structs are default have everything public. Classes by default have things private. But that alone is a crazy thing. C++ has an idea of scope now, where you have things in your classes that can be private, public, etc. I'm not sure. I think they have protected as well, or something like that. My C# is showing. So they have scope. Not only that, your functions can now also have methods, functions that are tied to your object and have to be accessed through your object, either through instance or statically. So now you have methods, right? So now structs not only contain data, they also contain function and logic. They also have inheritance and general OOP stuff. So you can inherit data from another class. Not only that, you can even inherit, in fact, it's not even just inheritance of data, it's inheritance of data and logic. So that's a whole thing, and there's a lot to it, because you have interfaces, and you have abstract classes, and now there's concrete classes. This is a whole thing. Whereas in C, all your functions are just kind of global. All functions are global. And not only that, they have a name. There's no namespaces. So you have to make sure there's no two functions that are named the same thing. No namespaces. Whereas in C++, you can have functions that are not only separated by their classes, but you also can also define your own namespaces. Some other things that are kind of good to know. C++, you have a lot of things like simple things like operator overloading, meaning that you can have, for example, the plus and the division and the multiplication and even the bracket accessors do different things. You can specify how you work with that. Whereas with like C, you don't have that. So in C++, if you want to add two vectors, you can just do something as simple as like, hey, vector A plus vector B. Or you can set vector C, or result equal to vector A plus vector B, and that just works because whoever used it implemented that. Whereas in C, you don't do that. So you end up with something kind of like, I don't know, vector 3 underscore add, and then you have like vector 3a and then vector 3 That's what I did for Riven Done, and then so on and so forth. And that's the function you do there. There's a lot. C++ also has a ton in like their standard stuff. So you have a bunch of data structures that C doesn't come with out the box. They have. It's a lot, dude. Just a lot. You have templates. That's a whole thing. Templates. It's crazy. It's also a whole rabbit. Yeah, it's a whole thing too. That's a whole thing. You have Mooselib as well. C and C++. Yep. Sorry if I got like stuck into that, but it's just, you know, it's worth talking about it. Yeah, metaprogramming. In the recent stuff, they're doing metaprogramming. Yeah, encapsulation is what I kind of mentioned here about structs containing methods and methods and data, or logic and data. Learning new stuff. Heck, I'm starting to regret not learning this stuff when I had a chance 24 years ago. But hey, man, you can learn it now. You can just try something simple, man, and then see where it takes you. I think it's cool, especially when you do this stuff in your own personal time. There's no expectations. There's no deadlines or anything like that. You can just kind of enjoy it. There's no stress. So you can afford to be curious, and I think that's the most important thing. Help me with what exactly? May I know what you're doing? I'm working on my engine right now. Does C++ get decorators at some point? Probably. I don't know. I'm not a big C++ guy. I like being simple, and I just like working in C land. Are still changing as they get updated. Yeah, like C++ now, it has a simple print line function. That's crazy. It took like what, 20, 30, 40, 50 something years to get a simple print line function? Oh, brother. What is this? Okay, we have to use standard. Can I just do that? No, I can't do that. Okay, maybe I'm dumb. I don't know how to use this. How do you include the standard library? Dude, am I actually Brother, am I actually struggling here? I am. Out of all the things in my life, I don't know how to include the standard library. We got IOStream, we got stuff, but the C++ standard library? I'm a fraud, guys. Was that immaterial? No, it was string utilities I was doing stuff in. Include stdlib.h. Thank you. Thank you. stdlib.h. Thank you. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. See, this is what I'm still struggling with this though. 'Cause I have to still do like that. But then there's also these endline things that are just not working. And I don't want to have to prepend everything with the std. I don't want to do that. You're killing me. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. That's the end line. And then count. There's a better way of doing this, dude. There's got to be a better way of doing this. I know there's a better way of doing this. I mean, errors go away. I don't like this. I don't like this. For the different features of the STD you want to use, oh my goodness. No, I have IOStream. Using namespace STD. Thank you. That's the key. That's the ticket. Using namespace. There we go. Life is happy now. Life is good. Okay, so we have our utility functions for doing stuff, right? We have parse string, we have parse float threes, and then we can go into our level read write and then remove these implementations because we now have them all centralized in one place. Which means that when we call load or... I'm sorry, where is the function? Process line. Here we go. When we go here, and we go to material... Actually, one second. I didn't make a struct to contain this, right? So I have to actually do... Yeah, set lit sprite material. So I'm gonna have to make a general function that is gonna break down into whatever types these are. Because we get the material name from this parsing. Right? We get the name from this parsing. So parse float 3 position string and then... Yeah, so you should probably make a generalized one, but at the very least here now I can make, in this function I can do like parse string and so on and so forth, which is cool. So you can make a general function here for like parse material. Not sure what's going to return actually now that I think about it and where this can be stored. But I guess if we're passing session data, we can set all the render stuff there directly on load, which is not a bad idea. Look up, Tony, what's happening? So far, like, include vector for the vector libs. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, brother. Time dilation. Looks away from chat to code. Patience be pursued. Yeah. Okay, so what am I missed out? Someone's asking something. My issue when learning is the early monotonous stuff puts me to sleep. If I have a goal for a project, well, I think a good way to think about it is, all right, you learn how to do something simple like write text, right, to the screen. You can ask yourself, what can you do with that? You can make a text-based adventure. Maybe that's what you do. You can make an ASCII game where like you move a character around the screen. I remember doing that. My first iteration of making engines, or making an engine, was in like Rust, and was making like this ASCII-based shooter thing. In fact, let me see if I can find it here somewhere. Let me go here, and I go to my GitHub. I don't have, I'm not logged in, I keep forgetting. Because I'm switching to Codeberg, but there's still stuff on there that I need to migrate over. My old account. What's this? Oh, it's a private repo, isn't it? It's private. MiniQuest engine, that's an early thing from Rust. World Space TS. Yep, none of these, none of these, none of these. I'm surprised this stuff is public. Yeah, but none of these are it. I don't want to have to log in. Alright, those ASCII projects are going to be gone then. Until I decide to log in. Either way, you can start with something like that, man. Yeah, MiniQuest, that was a very original version of like making a game engine. Not even a game engine. It was like I was trying to make a game in JavaScript without using a library. Which is kind of fun. And then that turned into a web. That turned into my World Space TS library, which is how I make this work. where you have like this 3D responsive environment and stuff. For the website. It's cool. I need to revisit it at some point, but whatever. It worked good enough for me to make a website that seems somewhat responsive. Not really, but kind of. It breaks very easily if you play around with it. Whatever. But yeah, like, if you can get something get going, you can start thinking about like, all right, what is the possibilities I have here? What's something cool that I can make? And you can just kind of go from there. String, material. And this is just for rendering. I have to figure out something for like passing in other variables. Like when you do a level, you have to like you have to set references to objects. Like if I have a two object thing, you want to be able to have a way of setting those two things. I need to think about this level file format and how I want to set data in it. Let me go to our level read write though. I want to inspect this type from string. And what do we have here? Oh, we just have this static constant expression string stuff. Okay, cool. Simple, easy. And then we can have our table of like materials here. That's going to do essentially the same job. And instead of entities, it's going to be, and then we're going to have our table materials, and then I'm probably going to encapsulate this. Lit sprite, unlit sprite, and then now instead of this, you have our materials enum. Cool, and then we have our switch case statements for things like this. Though honestly, I almost feel like I should make this like an array so we can iterate through it and not have to do this constant lookup. Because you're defining an enum, you have to kind of differentiate this as like, hey, these are enum members. Yeah, and I can do this the way I want to now. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna change this. I don't. There's gotta be a more succinct way of doing this. Either in an iterative fashion or just have a table or something. Maybe I could just do that. But then you gotta have an extra, I don't know, I have to think about this actually. Is there a way to do like a switch statement on a string? Like it's probably not the most efficient thing, but huh, I think it is. I think we're good here, actually. Nice. Okay, that's a simpler way of extending this. Cool. And then from this, we can get like do our breakdown for the function we want to use. Though honestly, if we're just using this just to, if we're using this just to have differing variables, why even have like this why even have this whole enum system thing? Like, sure, maybe at some level, maybe at some point I want to do this, but for our purposes, this might just be, it might be just easier to be like, to just iterate on the strings themselves, and then just do the diverging behavior here. And there's a question of what I want to return or what should be even achieved here. Because sure, we can construct this and we want to send it into the render module. I think that's what we want to do, actually. So it's interesting because we have like this tile thing. Like if we go to our level read write thing, you're going to see that we have this static function, or just, yeah, static function for creating a tile, which in this case is kind of doing a few things. It's kind of doing some of the data initialization and construction for things on runtime, like, you know, rendering and having a transform and animation and all that kind of stuff. But then we also have this thing where we set these properties in the shader, and that's fine in most cases, but we have like a specific type of material that's not going to conform to be like a normal sprite. This is not really worth doing. Yeah, but this is going to be done at this level, so, and that happens at the very end here. So I think the end goal here would be that, yeah, this is going to be, it's weird because there's a dependency here for a render ticket, which means you have to actually register yourself with the renderer. Oh, there's so many things to consider, man. The sound of keyboard is annoying. I'm sorry, man. Turn into a psychopath, but it's like, is that only feelings for people? What? Wait, what's going on? You're talking about like sociopath versus psychopath? Well, I'm doing a lot of static table stuff, Brian. It's a growing list, but it's not going to be that large. Like, I know how much materials you expect, and this is not like material instances. There's just material definitions, and in general for the games I work on, that's not really huge. There's only like a small set of things, so having a switch statement for this is actually fine, because I know the upper bound of how much is going to grow. So I don't need to make it, you know, I don't need to account for that. So we have this struct defined. We can have our material definitions. We can do the cool thing of having a huge thing like this, just so I can oh, but you know what? Honestly, I think I want to have the materials and their functions, their parse functions, be associated with one another. So the way this should decompose is like this. And then this is going to require having some additional data like session data, which is a dependency that we weren't accounting for. in materials. So that might cause... Will this cause some issues? Actually, I don't think it will cause issues. I think we're actually going to be fine. The rabbit hole once I had to work a decorator pattern. Yeah, no, I have a whole... Decorator patterns have hurt me in the past. I don't... Yeah. They're a whole thing. I'm gonna get a hacker typer stream. That's gonna be funny, dude. One second, what was it? I remember in high school we had the hacker screen site. What is it? Hacker? Is it just hacker typer? All right, guys. Oh, wait, whoops. Wait, what? Wait. Okay, here we go. Why is this? Okay, it's working, but it's being weird. All right, guys, we're getting some work done, dude. I don't know why this is being odd. I guess my computer refuses to, Look how much coding I could do by pressing space, guys. Yeah, it's real hacker typing. Oh, is this actually C++? Atomic set? Or is it just... Yeah, is it just C, actually? I don't know. What code base are they even using for this? I don't even know. So this is interesting. Why is there this lit sprite? Why is this being weird? It's acting as if... Oh, because these are sharing definitions. That's why. Yeah. I'm gonna think about this for my game. Let's go, Brian. Or Byron, my bad. Byron. That sounds like fun. I want to get back to that level. Get back to working on that. And last time I was working on this commands thing, so that all actions in your in the level editor I had was like command driven, so that you can undo or redo things. C++. Okay. What are we gonna do here? You know, I'm gonna add a prepend for classes so you know what they are. Because they're gonna be kind of the same thing. Conceptually, they're all like the same. Actually, there's no return type either. So we have this load from string, session data. Save the line we have here, and then we can start and the render module. So the end goal here is going to be set lit sprite material, which should actually be above because of the ordering. No notes. My editor is the same engine as my actual live game, so I can just replay events from the editor if they're one-on-one, and inverse for undo redo. Interesting. That's actually probably handy for gameplay. I'm thinking about doing the same, like extending the whole command thing for everything in the game. Because if you have every single action be undoable or redoable, you can it makes it also easier for online if you want to transmit stuff. Because you have something that's handling and processing commands no matter what, so, you know? What's stopping you from just chucking that over the network? Why are you being mad here? Oh, because this... That's why. Parse material. Okay, here we go. We don't need this. String line data, and then from here we do I'm gonna call this like something better. Lit sprite. Is this not right? Load material, lit sprite. Oh, because this has to be at the bottom. Yeah. I recall now. Now we're going back to the way of doing things in C, the way we used to, the way I used to. We just have to pass in the integer pointer for like where in the line are we right now, but that will come when it comes. And then we need a lot more things here too. We need like, honestly, why limit ourselves? Why not just do session data? The entirety of it. That seems easier than because we could do dot materials and do stuff that way. And then we just have to provide session or data. Yeah. We still need a render ticket and stuff like that. But I think if we're gonna be do we want to have we want to keep entities and the materials themselves decoupled. So okay, I have to think about this a little bit, man. We don't got that one? Oh yeah, I don't have that. Yeah, I have a vertical mouse from like Logitech, and then like I have this IBM mouse and this other one, I don't know where it's from, but it's pretty good actually. It's pretty good. If you guess where I'm from, I am following you. I will give you large gift. I'm good, man. I don't need a gift. Have no idea though. Cannot guess, man. I don't even know what language that is, dude. Bangabirochi, man. Yeah, no idea, dude. Anam Beg made me a mevbot. What's a mevbot? A mevbot. Learning this one time burned out, then learn JavaScript instead. But yeah, that's exactly what I use it for. Gotcha. Design goal is to have full multiplayer replays. I got rollback netcode for. Oh my goodness. Yeah, netcode is something that kind of scares me. That's the one thing I've not tackled ever, dude. I have not tackled netcode ever in my life. So this actually, we need the Otis. We don't have any of these things when we were reading this. We only have the session data, which means we have to load this stuff explicitly. So we have to parse and then construct and then set. Iraq? Ah, gotcha, man. Netcode's once you get your execution model hammered out, someone has to be in charge. Ah, yeah. I have to do it. I have the means to test it. I should just do that at some point. But I need to finish a game first. That's like the thing. I have a bad track record of finishing games. I'm great at starting games. Finishing them, not so much. We gotta get that happening. So what are we gonna do here? Session. Actually, no, we're not doing session. We're doing... In fact, this needs a string. And then we're gonna do what? Parse. So parse string, and that's gonna be our albedo. We also need an int index, don't we? There we go. Starting index. Yeah. Why is this being weird? And then we need another one for the emissive. We're trying to build out a standard material model. That's pretty nuts. So we read these values, and then we can start loading textures based off of that. So texture info would be like beta would be equal to session data, session dot textures dot get texture, and then we have a beta name. Same thing here for emissive. So now we have these variables. As for the render, do we need the render ticket? We just really need the render ID. Well, we can prepare the renderer for everything we need to do with the tiler, with the tile. So we can do like render dot register shader. And what does this produce? It produces a render ticket, exactly what we need. Actually, perfect. And then since we know the type of material, we can like just bake in the shader types. So in this case, it's like a lit sprite. And then in this case, I forgot what the order is for this. Oh. We need a lot of things. We need to have like a transform of some sort. We need to have... Okay, there's a simpler thing for this. Render, I don't know. Then you use a modern one. Well, I'm using a modern one. What's going on, Ali Chaudhry? Making a math library. He's just building the engine and how it works, not printing a program. Yeah, I mean, it used to run. We're going to find out right now because I'm breaking a lot of how it works, so we'll see. Yeah, I use Git, though. No, I'm using CLion. Oh, brother. So what do we got going on here? We're going to the render, back to level, read write. You know, this is all extra credit, and in my mind at least. But man, it's kind of wild how far we're going into this. So what does this need? Oh my goodness, I have to actually construct a tile and stuff ahead of time. Oh, brother. Question, what is a math library? Well, let's start with a question of what a library is in programming. In code, you have a bunch of functions, and a function is just a bunch of ways of doing. It's just a little program that does stuff, right? It just does things. That's all it does. A function just does things. And sometimes you do the same thing over and over again. So you make something called a library. So you have, instead of having to do the same thing over and over again, you just have this function that you can call that does it for you. So instead of writing like, I don't know, all this code here to process a line, I can instead just write it once here, and then I can just call this function whatever I want to. So that's just a library. A math library is a specific type of library that just has a bunch of functions for math. That's all it is. The same way strings have a string library might have a bunch of functions for dealing with strings and so on and so forth. That's really just what a library is. Anyways, but yeah. Man, I really need to learn Vim motions. It's too freaking fast compared to me and the mouse in the picture. Well, that's my whole life is just trying to get away from the mouse. Usually make coding a game or really anything easier. It could be 2D or 3D, and most times has tools to make it easier. Engines can also make it easier to insert different file types. Thank you, Terrell. Shout out to Terrell, by the way, guys. You don't have to, but you do it anyways, man. I really appreciate you hanging out and moderating, dude. It's not only helpful, but it's also just like a nice reassurance knowing I have a friend. It's not that you guys in chat aren't nice. Usually you guys are nice, but sometimes it can feel like sometimes it feels like chat's against me sometimes. And it's nice having someone who's a friend who I can be like, all right, but I'm not alone. There's someone here who's got my back, you know. Especially lately, these past couple streams, there's been a lot more people who have been very I don't know, just very contrary. Which is alright. Why my emulator has no sound? No idea, Ruggedhead. I have not done emulation programming. That was funny, PG. Yeah, maybe it's just your sound card or something, or maybe it's just your fault. I like that. Oh man. So you parse the material name, and then we have to pass a bunch of stuff into this. So yes, this is going to be a little bit more involved than I would have expected. Set lit. Oh yeah, because now I have a general parse material. We have this general function, and it feels weird that the material parser will construct the game object. That just feels a little backwards for me. Especially since like there might be game objects that don't have material on them, right? So like audio stuff maybe. I'm doing good, man. What's your software specialization? No idea, man. Usually just the VR stuff for my day job, and then I don't know, whatever I'm doing. Sometimes it's C stuff. Sometimes I'm in Unity doing game stuff, shader stuff. I love graphics. Programming is fun, but I haven't done enough things there to really feel like a graphics programmer. There's like a lot of knowledge I'm still lacking. Session data, material line, yeah. So this is fine. This is fine, actually, getting a render ticket. Or maybe, yeah, because this is going to be what determines a lot of stuff. Okay, let me close out some things here and just make my workspace a little bit more actually manageable. Okay, here we go. No, that's the static string utility functions. Nope. Session data, nope. Textures, nope. Texture registry, nope. Engine.cpp, maybe I have to modify some stuff later, but nope. Actually, probably not. Game info, nope. Level module, nope. Collision module, nope. Shader module, nope. Lit sprite, shaders, cloud, game entities, nope. Font indexing, nope. Sprite properties, no, but I might do some more properties. Don't need this, don't need this, don't need this. So we have our level read writes and we have our material class. Perfect. That's all you need. And then we have this create function down here. Nice. To do a cybersecurity college, you recommend it? I mean, college can be helpful. Cybersecurity is cool, yeah. And not so much otherwise, yeah. Cybersecurity is not, it's never quite appealed to me. It's cool, you can do stuff, and if you go to hackathons, you can do a lot of fun stuff there, but yeah, not necessarily the best. Not my field of knowledge. Been streaming today. It's been a while. It's been like 6 hours exactly right now on the dot. I start streaming and I'm like, you know what? Maybe today I'm gonna play games. Maybe we're gonna have fun. And I mean, I have fun programming, but I don't know. Streaming, I get a lot more focus for some reason. Well, it's becoming this thing where it's like it's harder for me to do development offline because I'm like, I could be showing this. I don't think anyone cares actually, but like I can at least show it and there's like proof that I've done this. I don't know how I'm gonna do this parse material thing though. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's an entity, so there's some general things we know should exist. Like we can assume that we're gonna create some basic stuff, but beyond that, I'm not as sure. Like request a transform, that makes sense. Tile mesh transform animator. What does this tile do? Yeah, there's stuff that we need to. Oh, brother, there's oh my goodness, I have to organize this. Oh man, can't run a code right now. The code will stay. This is wrong. Yeah, you know what? If you guys want to see the thing though, the progress we got today with at least with the text stuff. Come on. More implementing parsing. Okay, we can do git checkout master now. Switch to branch master. And then we can just run, I think. Hopefully we can just compile and run. We'll see. But yeah, this is what we had today. Like, we have a dynamic text. Like, we can actually put arbitrary text in here and it actually works for the most. I mean, capitalized text, let's say that. Which is better than what we had before, which we didn't have that. We had to just bake it in directly. So, we're getting there, man. We're starting to get more and more important things that are cool. And all without really using much external dependencies beyond just like GLFW and some stuff like that, which is pretty. I like using very minimal dependencies, and if I use them, I want them to be like single header files. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and this is like in fact, let's compare it because we have this in my engine, and then we have the one in C+ in Unity. That was written in Unity. We can compare it. So we have the Unity version, which is a more polished version of this, and then we have this one here, which, you know, not necessarily. It's still in progress. Still in progress. So I'm kind of curious. Let's do GTOP or what was it, BTOP? Can we compare these processes? I want to try to. I know you can get like the counters for like to assess like overhead, but even this simple thing like memory, the StreamWorld on Unity. It's called StreamWorld. It's like 321 megabytes. This one's 111 megabytes. So a third of the way smaller as far as its memory footprint. CPU utilization, this is using 0.6%, 0.5%, whereas the StreamWorld is using 2.4% of my CPU. So it's like 25, 1/4, or 4 times faster than it, kind of roughly. This is nice. This is nice. Comparison between the Unity project and the StreamWorld project. Pretty freaking nice, man. Yeah, we're getting it. It's not bad, dude. And even that, we can make it even leaner. What's going on here? Be called VGen. Like vegan looks dope. Getting that progress feedback sooner and sooner is what makes DIY engines so much fun. Yeah, right? Like, it's like I can see the tangible difference. I can see how much better something is compared to the other thing. Yeah, see, ultra low utilization. I want to see the cache mishes too, because I try to make my thing very cache coherent as well. Thank you, man. WPF right now. XAML is super easy, but C# is giving me a run for my sanity. C# is actually not too bad. But if you're not super familiar with like typing, there's some things about C# that you should like, you know, you don't. It's not shown explicitly, but you should probably know, like, hey, structs are usually passed by values, and then classes are passed by reference and stuff like that. But once you understand that, it's pretty decent. It's pretty nice, actually. I actually do enjoy working in C#. I need to change the perspective a little bit. I want this to be more further out. But we can adjust this more and more. Still, dude, I'm excited, man. This is great. This is great. This is great performance. Oh, brother, can I see more? Can I see like more? Because I think I can even squeeze more out of the Cozy Engine implementation. Like I think we could do way more, make this a little bit, quite a bit faster. But yeah, dude, this is pretty sick. I'm super happy with this. Yeah, we're gonna make this look better too. It's just gonna keep getting looking better and better and better. It's gonna be great, man. It's a couple weeks, man. It's pretty quick. Do you do your own? Yeah, I do my own art. So the whole logo for the Cozy Cabin Games stuff is, I did that. And all for the games I work on, usually I do all the art. I do some 3D modeling too, but for this game in particular I'm working on right now, Terrell's been helping me with some environmental stuff, which has been helpful. Omar Key, no idea. The built-in likely or unlikely for better cache performance on branches. You can use the built-in. What do you mean built-in likely for better cache performance? Oh yeah, there's let me, and this is a dev build as well. This is like a development build from the IDE. So like we can if we can get more by making an actual release build. Here's the distro I'm using, guys. But yeah, dude, this kind of made it a little makes it a little worth it for me, man. We actually got stuff running, and I still need to deal with the fixed update stuff, but we'll deal with that eventually. Because I can just cache, like we don't have to execute as much as we can. We can just have it be like a 60 FPS thing, and it's perfectly fine and acceptable. Which is like, again, gonna lower CPU computation. I mean, depends on how you go about it, right? I could try using sleep, and that'd be great, but then sleep is kind of bad because you don't know how long you're gonna sleep for, and it may not guarantee you're gonna be within the window for like your target frame FPS, which sucks. So there's other things you can try to do to try to achieve that, but we'll see. Operating system scheduling is it's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing, dude. Yeah, I'm really happy though with the progress you got done today. We still need to finish the whole the other stuff, but it's all right. Also, whoever recommended B-Top, thank you. This is like super nice. I actually enjoy this so much more than just H-Top. B-Top is great. Oh yeah, and you can also run it there. I forgot what it is. There's a way to check for cache I forgot what it was. There's a specific command. Let me find it. I have it on Discord somewhere. There's a specific command you can run to like because I was doing some L1 or just cache comparisons with another version of my engine versus Unity. Because I did another comparison where I wrote a little game in my engine and then another one in Unity, and then the little cross comparison. And that was fun looking at the data from that. Let me see what the commands are. Oh, I even have the data here. Yeah, let me show you the data. Let me move this here. So it's another iteration of it was for this. For like running editor. So this comparison, I made explicitly my engine, which had has the level editor and everything built into it, and then I made a Unity version that just has the simple mechanic of, hey, the player moves and doesn't hit the ground. So it's like this had way more logic in it comparatively, and like the comparison here between can I please move this around? I would sure like to move this around. So let's see here. Test 80x86. So I think this is the Unity build. Yep. And it was like using 77 megabytes and 0.44 CPU. And yeah, compared that to this one for the Cozy engine, which is like 0.12 and only 16.9 megabytes of memory compared to 44 megabytes. That's pretty nice, man. That's pretty nice. And as far as the cache performance is concerned, oh, here it is: sudo perf stat -d, and then you run the application. Yeah, it was smaller, but yeah. So that's the command I'm looking for. So sudo perf stat -d, sudo perf stat sudo perf stat -d. Oh, I don't want to type in my password. Never mind. Never mind. We're not gonna check for cache misses. For me to build as part of my OS, because the pit interrupts mess everything up, because the code I wrote for context switching was messed up. Jeez, man. I'm working on C and C++. I reach for my libuv whenever I need to worry about anything that would yield sleep yield. Yeah, that sounds like fun. I should maybe check that out. But I'm having I like diving into the nitty gritty. Oh man. Anyways, guys, it's been 6 hours and 13 minutes of just deving, dude. I'm feeling pretty wiped. We got a lot done. I'm actually very happy with it on the engine front. And next time, probably going to be working, either playing some games, or I'm going to be working on the Fight and Flight game, the game in 3 weeks. But anyways, guys, thank you for today. Thank you to 10,000. It's kind of insane to me that 10,000 people would like watch me and code, like watch me programming and stuff like that. That's still pretty gnarly to me. So thank you guys for the big 1-0. I appreciate it, and hopefully you guys enjoy the streams. Hopefully you enjoy the things we get to work on, and hopefully sometime soon you'll be able to play the games I'm making. So thank you guys for everything. Hope you enjoyed. Of course, there's always a Discord. Play the guitar. Is it too loud? Thank you everyone for watching. Oh man. Alright guys. Take care. I'll catch you next stream though. Bye bye. Well, until next time. God bless, stay cozy, and ta-ta.